There are moments in life when silence is the most powerful thing you can offer, even though it may feel like speaking up is the only option. Our words carry weight, and once spoken, they can't be taken back. What we say, how we say it, and when we say it, can either build relationships or tear them down. More often than not, it is in the heat of the moment that our impulse to speak can betray us, leading to outcomes that cause regret and unnecessary tension. We've all been there, feeling that urge to defend ourselves in an argument or explain something when emotions are high. The need to respond when someone has wronged us, criticized us, or tried to drag us into their negativity can feel overwhelming. But the truth is, sometimes the best answer is no answer at all. It may feel uncomfortable at first. It may feel unnatural. But mastering the art of staying silent at the right moment is not only a sign of wisdom, but of emotional strength. In today's fast-paced world, filled with constant noise and endless distractions, we are conditioned to respond instantly. We are bombarded with opinions, criticisms, and judgments, and it feels like we must always defend our position. But what if the strongest position we can take is to remain quiet? Not out of fear or weakness, but out of strength and the deep understanding that not every battle is worth fighting. In fact, some battles aren't battles at all. They're traps designed to pull you into negativity, to drain your energy, and to make you lose sight of your peace. You may ask yourself, why is silence so powerful? Silence is not just the absence of noise. Silence is a strategy. It allows you to hold space for your thoughts, to reflect on what really matters, and to avoid speaking words that might cause harm or escalate a situation. It takes real control to hold your tongue when your heart is racing and your mind is burning with things you want to say. But in that silence, you create room for clarity, for peace, and for strength to rise above the noise of conflict. In those moments when words threaten to burst out in anger, frustration, or defense, the wisdom to stay quiet is a discipline. It's the ability to know that your peace is more valuable than proving a point or winning an argument. The rush to speak often leads to regret. How many times have you wished you could take back something said in the heat of the moment? But the damage is done. Words have a lasting impact, and the scars they leave can take time to heal. Staying silent in those moments can prevent wounds that may never fully close. Think about those situations where someone is provoking you, testing your patience, or dragging you into a toxic conversation. Responding may feel justified, but by doing so, you give away your power. Silence, on the other hand, keeps you in control. It keeps your energy intact, your peace unshaken. And while silence may be misunderstood by others, it often says more than words ever could. It communicates restraint, maturity, and a refusal to be pulled into negativity. This isn't about suppressing your feelings or never speaking up for yourself. It's about knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. When you speak from a place of calm and reflection, your words carry more weight. But when you speak impulsively, out of anger or frustration, your words lose their value. They can become tools of destruction instead of tools for building understanding or resolving conflict. Silence gives you the time to choose your words wisely. It allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than react emotionally. In today's world, where we are encouraged to voice every thought, opinion, and feeling in real time, silence has become a lost art. We are pressured to respond immediately to texts, emails, social media comments, and the countless interruptions that fill our day. But in that rush, we lose something vital: the space to reflect, to breathe, to assess the situation from a place of wisdom instead of emotion. Silence provides that space. It allows you to step back, gather your thoughts, and decide if speaking is even necessary. Silence also protects your relationships. There will always be moments when emotions run high, whether with a partner, family member, friend, or colleague. In these moments, speaking without thinking can lead to words that cut deep, that damage trust, and that hurt the people we care about most. But by staying silent, by pausing before speaking, you show respect not just for the other person, but for the relationship itself. You give space for tempers to cool, for understanding to be restored, and for solutions to be found without the destructive power of hurtful words. There is real strength in knowing when to speak and when to hold your peace. The person who can remain silent in moments of chaos, conflict, or provocation is someone who understands the power of self-control. It is easy to speak without thinking. It is much harder to stay silent and allow the storm to pass. But in that silence, you find a power that words often cannot provide. The power to remain centered, to rise above the chaos, and to maintain your peace. It's not just about staying silent in conflict or arguments. Silence is also a powerful tool for your own growth and self-awareness. In silence, you can hear your own thoughts more clearly. You can reflect on your actions, your goals, and your values without the noise of the outside world clouding your judgment. Silence gives you the space to focus inward, to listen to your inner wisdom, and to cultivate a deeper understanding of yourself. In a world that never stops talking, the ability to sit in silence is a rare and precious gift. By learning to embrace silence, you gain control over your reactions, your emotions, and your life. You no longer feel the need to fill every gap with words, to defend yourself against every criticism, or to prove yourself in every situation. You realize that your value is not determined by how much you say, but by how you choose to act and respond. Silence is a choice, a powerful one that allows you to protect your energy, maintain your peace, and avoid unnecessary conflict. As you begin to practice silence, you will start to see its effects in every area of your life. Conflicts that once seemed overwhelming will begin to lose their power over you. Relationships that were strained will start to heal as you learn to listen more and speak less. You will find that you have more control over your emotions and reactions, and that peace, rather than tension, becomes your natural state. This isn't about withdrawing from the world or avoiding difficult conversations. It's about choosing when to engage and when to protect your peace by staying quiet. In moments when you feel the urge to speak, ask yourself, is this the best time? Will my words bring resolution, or will they create more conflict? Am I speaking from a place of calm and wisdom, or from a place of anger and frustration? These questions will guide you in knowing when to stay silent and when to speak, helping you to protect your peace, your relationships, and your well-being. So, take a breath. Hold your tongue. Let the power of silence work in your favor. You'll be amazed at the peace it brings and the strength it unlocks within you. Silence is not the absence of speech. It is the presence of wisdom, control, and calm. And in a world that never stops talking, those who know when to stay quiet are the ones who truly hold the power. Now that we've laid the foundation of understanding the power of silence, let's dive deeper into real-life situations where this ancient wisdom can protect you from unnecessary turmoil. In a world that constantly pushes us to react, respond, and prove ourselves, knowing when to hold back becomes a crucial skill. This is not just about staying quiet for the sake of peace, but learning the delicate art of when silence becomes a shield, a tool for maintaining your inner strength and dignity. There are moments where saying nothing is the wisest choice, not because you don't have something to say, but because speaking would serve no purpose other than to create more tension. Often, silence can be your best response when someone's words are designed to provoke you. When a person is driven by anger or frustration, They aren't looking for a genuine conversation. Instead, they are seeking to release their emotions, and by staying quiet, you avoid feeding into the fire. It's in these heated exchanges that silence demonstrates your control over the situation, allowing the moment to pass without escalating the conflict. Anger is a tricky emotion, and speaking from a place of rage can lead to words we later regret. The heat of the moment makes it tempting to defend, retaliate, or prove a point. But once those words are out, they can't be taken back. What could have been resolved with a calm mind instead becomes a prolonged argument because of hastily spoken words. Silence gives you the time to cool down, think clearly, and then decide whether the situation even requires a response. When someone criticizes you or points out your flaws, your instinct might be to defend yourself. It's human nature to protect one's ego, but not every criticism deserves a rebuttal. Sometimes silence speaks volumes. By not reacting immediately, you give yourself the chance to assess the situation more objectively. Are their words worth your energy? Do they truly reflect who you are, or are they simply a projection of their insecurities? Often, by remaining silent, you demonstrate a quiet confidence that shows you are secure enough not to be rattled by others' opinions. Conversations are powerful, but so is the ability to listen. Many conflicts arise not because of what is said, but because of a failure to understand the other person's perspective. By staying silent, you give yourself the chance to truly hear what the other person is saying. In that silence, you can gather valuable insights into their emotions, intentions, and needs. Rather than rushing to offer your opinion, listening deeply strengthens your relationships by showing respect and empathy. In moments of emotional turmoil, silence offers a sanctuary. Whether it's a heated argument with a loved one or a difficult situation at work, reacting in the moment often leads to saying things we don't mean. But when you allow silence to settle over the situation, you give yourself space to process what's happening. You gain the ability to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, preserving relationships and protecting your peace of mind. Words hold power, but sometimes that power is best left untouched. When dealing with toxic people or negative energy, engaging in verbal exchanges can feel like sinking into quicksand. The more you struggle, the deeper you get pulled in. Toxic individuals thrive on chaos, and by staying silent, you deny them the fuel they need to continue. Silence becomes a boundary, a way to shield yourself from the drama without contributing to it. There are times when silence is the only way to protect your energy. Every interaction has the potential to either drain or uplift you, and by carefully choosing when to speak, you maintain control over your emotional well-being. Not every comment, every insult, or every slight needs your attention. Sometimes the best thing you can do is let it pass without a word. In that silence, you safeguard your peace, refusing to allow the negativity of others to disrupt your balance. Arguments often start with a single word, but can spiral out of control with each response. In the heat of the moment, both sides may feel justified in their positions, but as the argument escalates, it becomes less about resolution and more about winning. By staying quiet, you disrupt the cycle of conflict. You remove the fuel from the fire and allow space for calmness to return. Sometimes, silence is the key to de-escalating a situation before it turns into a full-blown argument. One of the most important lessons silence teaches is patience. When you refrain from speaking, you learn to sit with your emotions rather than acting on them impulsively. This practice strengthens your ability to remain calm in stressful situations. You begin to understand that not every moment requires a response, and not every situation needs to be fixed immediately. In patience, you find the clarity to make better decisions and approach problems with a clear mind. In relationships, silence can serve as a form of respect. Sometimes people don't need advice or feedback, they just need someone to listen. By offering your silence, you create a safe space for the other person to express themselves fully without feeling judged or interrupted. This builds trust and deepens the connection as they feel heard and understood. Silence becomes a gift, one that shows you value their thoughts and emotions without needing to impose your own. Keeping quiet doesn't mean suppressing your feelings or ignoring your needs. It means choosing your battles wisely. Not everything needs to be addressed immediately, and not every slight deserves a reaction. Silence gives you the chance to weigh the situation, to ask yourself whether it's truly worth your energy. Often, you'll find that what seemed urgent in the heat of the moment no longer feels significant once you've given it time to breathe. Silence is not just about withholding speech. It's about practicing restraint in every aspect of life. In a world that constantly urges us to react, silence becomes a powerful act of defiance. It's a way of saying that you won't be pulled into chaos or negativity. You are in control of your actions, your emotions, and your words. And in that control, you find freedom. Freedom from the need to explain yourself, to prove your point, or to engage in unnecessary conflict. There are times when silence is a form of strength. It takes courage to stay quiet when everything inside you wants to speak. It takes wisdom to know that some situations are best left unaddressed. And it takes emotional maturity to realize that your peace is more valuable than the fleeting satisfaction of a verbal victory. In these moments, silence becomes your greatest ally, a shield that protects you from the chaos of the world around you. When dealing with manipulative individuals, silence can be your best weapon. Manipulators thrive on your reactions. They seek to control the conversation and twist your words to suit their agenda. But by staying silent, you deny them the opportunity to manipulate you. Your silence frustrates their attempts to control the situation, and in that frustration, they often reveal their true intentions. Silence, in this case, is not weakness, but a form of resistance. In moments of uncertainty, when you're unsure of how to respond, silence gives you the time to reflect. Speaking too quickly can lead to misunderstandings, miscommunications, and mistakes. But when you pause, when you allow silence to settle in, you gain the space to think clearly. You give yourself the chance to gather your thoughts, to assess the situation from a place of calm, and to decide how best to move forward. One of the greatest benefits of silence is the way it allows you to tune out the noise of the world and listen to your own inner voice. In a society that is constantly vying for your attention, silence becomes a refuge. It's in the quiet moments that you can reconnect with yourself, assess your values, and gain clarity on your goals. Silence helps you drown out the distractions and focus on what truly matters. Silence is also a way to maintain your dignity. In situations where you feel disrespected or belittled, it's tempting to lash out, to defend yourself with sharp words. But by staying silent, you refuse to lower yourself to their level. You hold on to your dignity and self-respect, showing that their words have no power over you. Silence in these moments is a reflection of your inner strength and your refusal to be dragged into negativity. Conflict often stems from misunderstandings, and sometimes speaking too quickly can make things worse. But when you choose to stay quiet, you give the situation time to resolve itself. Emotions cool, perspectives shift, and what once felt urgent no longer seems important. In these moments, silence acts as a balm, allowing healing and resolution to occur naturally without the need for harsh words. Silence is not just about what you don't say to others, but also what you don't say to yourself. Negative self-talk can be just as damaging as harsh words from others. But by practicing silence in your inner dialogue, you can begin to quiet those negative thoughts and replace them with peace. In the stillness, you find the strength to let go of self-doubt and embrace self-compassion. In professional settings, silence can be a powerful tool for negotiation. Sometimes, saying less gives you more leverage. It allows the other person to reveal their position while you maintain control of the conversation. By staying quiet, you create space for them to offer more, to adjust their expectations, or to reconsider their stance. Silence in these situations becomes a strategic advantage. Learning to stay silent in moments of stress is one of the most important skills you can develop. When tension is high, speaking out of frustration can lead to mistakes, misunderstandings, and regret. But by practicing silence, you create a buffer between your emotions and your actions. You allow yourself the time to calm down, to think clearly, and to respond from a place of wisdom rather than emotion. In personal relationships, silence can be a way to show respect for the other person's feelings. Sometimes, what they need most is not advice or solutions, but simply someone who will listen. By offering your silence, you allow them the space to express themselves fully without feeling judged or rushed. This builds trust and deepens your connection, as they know they can come to you without fear of being interrupted or criticized. Silence is also a way to avoid unnecessary conflict. Not every disagreement needs to turn into an argument, and not every criticism requires a defense. By staying quiet, you allow the situation to de-escalate naturally. You give yourself the time to assess whether it's worth engaging, and often you'll find that the best response is no response at all. Ultimately, silence is a form of self-care. It's a way of protecting your energy, your peace, and your well-being in a world that is constantly demanding more from you. By learning to stay quiet in the right moments, you gain control over your life, your relationships, and your emotions. And in that control, you find a sense of freedom and inner peace that no words could ever provide. As we close the chapter on the power of silence in difficult situations, it becomes clear that silence isn't just a temporary solution for conflict. It's a strategy deeply rooted in the philosophy of Stoicism. It's more than holding your tongue. It's about creating inner peace and maintaining control in a world that constantly tests your emotional strength. Silence, in its most powerful form, becomes a shield, not just against others, but against your own impulsive reactions. In Stoicism, silence is seen as more than the absence of speech. It is an intentional act, one that allows you to remain centered no matter what external forces are at play. By choosing to be silent, you assert control over your emotions. When others expect you to react, when circumstances seem to demand a response, your silence speaks louder than any words could. It signals that you are not easily moved, not easily provoked, and most importantly, that you are in charge of your own peace. There is tremendous power in withholding your voice. Speaking out in frustration or anger might give a fleeting sense of relief, but it often leads to deeper problems down the road. Words spoken without thought can fuel misunderstandings and fan the flames of conflict. But when you stay silent, you avoid unnecessary entanglements. You conserve your energy and use it where it truly matters. You become a master of your responses, understanding that sometimes the greatest display of power is to simply say nothing at all. In those moments of silence, you also give yourself the chance to observe more clearly. When you are not focused on how to respond, your mind opens up to see the situation from different angles. You notice details that might have been missed in the heat of an argument. You begin to understand not just the words of others, but their motivations, their emotions, and their insecurities. Silence sharpens your perception, allowing you to make better, more informed decisions. Stoicism teaches that true power comes from within, and silence is one of the tools to access that power. By choosing when to speak and when to stay quiet, you are exercising control over your mind and emotions. You are not letting the external world dictate your reactions. Instead, you are using your silence to create space for inner peace. The more you practice this, the more you realize that silence is not a sign of passivity, but of strength. It shows that you don't need to engage in every conflict, that you are secure enough to hold back when necessary. Many people believe that power comes from being loud, from asserting dominance with words. But Stoicism teaches that real power comes from restraint. When you can control your impulse to speak, especially when provoked, you demonstrate true strength. It takes far more discipline to stay quiet than it does to lash out. And in that discipline, you find a deeper sense of power, one that is not dependent on others' reactions, but on your own ability to remain calm and collected. The world often mistakes silence for weakness, but those who understand its true power know that it is the opposite. It is easy to get swept up in the chaos of life, to react without thinking. But silence forces you to pause, to reflect, and to consider the bigger picture. It allows you to maintain your composure in situations where others might lose theirs. This composure becomes your greatest asset, as it helps you navigate challenges with clarity and wisdom. Silence is also a form of protection. By staying quiet in certain situations, you shield yourself from unnecessary drama. You create a boundary between yourself and the chaos of others. In this way, silence becomes a buffer, a protective layer that keeps you from getting too involved in conflicts that don't serve your well-being. You learn to pick your battles wisely, and in doing so, you conserve your emotional energy for what truly matters. This control over your emotions is a key component of Stoic philosophy. Stoicism teaches that external events are beyond our control, but our reactions to them are fully within our grasp. Silence gives you the space to exercise this control. It helps you to remain calm, even when the world around you is chaotic. In moments of crisis, when everyone else is losing their cool, your silence keeps you grounded. It allows you to respond with intention rather than react impulsively. Through silence, you also develop a deeper sense of self-awareness. The more you practice staying quiet, the more in tune you become with your own thoughts and feelings. You begin to notice patterns in your reactions, understanding what triggers you and why. This self-awareness is crucial for emotional growth, as it allows you to address the root causes of your stress and anxiety rather than getting caught up in superficial conflicts. When you hold back from speaking, especially in situations of high tension, you give yourself the opportunity to process your emotions fully. Instead of reacting immediately, you allow the initial surge of anger or frustration to pass. This gives you the clarity to decide whether speaking is even necessary. Often, you'll find that what seemed urgent in the heat of the moment no longer feels important once you've had time to cool down. Silence helps you avoid impulsive decisions that could have long-lasting negative consequences. Silence is also a way to demonstrate respect, both for yourself and for others. By not engaging in unnecessary arguments or conflicts, you show that you value your peace above all else. You refuse to let others pull you into their negativity or drama. This refusal is a powerful statement, one that shows you are not easily manipulated or swayed by others' emotions. It is a form of self-respect that others cannot take from you. Moreover, silence allows you to observe the behavior of others without being distracted by your own need to respond. When you are silent, you notice things that would have gone unnoticed had you been too focused on crafting a reply. You become a better judge of character, understanding not just what people say, but what they don't say. Silence heightens your awareness, giving you an advantage in understanding the dynamics at play. This practice of silence also fosters patience. In a world that demands instant reactions, learning to stay quiet teaches you to slow down. It encourages you to take your time, to reflect before acting. Patience, in turn, helps you to make better decisions, ones that are rooted in wisdom rather than emotion. By cultivating patience through silence, you become more thoughtful, more intentional, and more strategic in how you approach challenges. Silence also teaches you the value of words. The more you practice staying quiet, the more you realize that not everything needs to be said. You begin to choose your words carefully, understanding that they carry weight and can either build or destroy relationships. Silence helps you to refine your speech, making your words more meaningful when you do decide to speak. In moments of conflict, silence can act as a form of de-escalation. When you refuse to engage in the heat of the moment, you give the other person the opportunity to reflect on their own behavior. Your silence creates a pause in the conversation, allowing tempers to cool. This pause often leads to a more productive discussion once both parties have had time to calm down. Silence in this way becomes a tool for resolution rather than conflict. The practice of silence also helps you to develop emotional resilience. The more you resist the urge to react, the stronger you become in handling difficult situations. You learn to tolerate discomfort, to sit with your emotions rather than letting them dictate your actions. This resilience allows you to navigate life's challenges with greater ease, knowing that you have the strength to remain calm in the face of adversity. Silence is also a way to protect your reputation. In moments of conflict, words spoken in anger can damage your relationships and your standing with others. But by staying silent, you avoid saying things you might later regret. You maintain your dignity, showing that you are not easily provoked. Over time, this restraint earns you the respect of others, as they come to see you as someone who is calm, composed, and wise in their actions. One of the most powerful aspects of silence is the way it fosters inner peace. When you are not constantly reacting to the world around you, you create space for stillness within yourself. This stillness allows you to connect with your deeper sense of purpose, to reflect on your values, and to align your actions with your beliefs. Silence helps you to stay true to yourself, even in the midst of external chaos. Through the practice of silence, you also learn to let go of the need to control others. You realize that you cannot change how others think, feel, or behave, but you can control how you respond. Silence frees you from the burden of trying to manage others' emotions, allowing you to focus on your own well-being. This shift in perspective helps you to let go of unnecessary stress and anxiety. Silence also teaches you the importance of timing. There are moments when speaking is necessary, but knowing when to speak is just as important as knowing what to say. By practicing silence, you develop a sense of timing, understanding when your words will have the most impact. This timing allows you to be more effective in your communication, making your words more powerful when you do choose to speak. Through silence, you also cultivate humility. By staying quiet, you acknowledge that you don't always have the answers, and that sometimes listening is more valuable than speaking. This humility fosters a deeper connection with others, as it shows that you are open to learning from their experiences and perspectives. Silence, in this way, becomes a bridge that connects you to others on a more meaningful level. The practice of silence also helps you to stay grounded in your values. In a world that constantly tries to pull you in different directions, silence gives you the space to reflect on what truly matters. It allows you to tune out the noise of external opinions and focus on your own inner voice. This grounding helps you to stay true to yourself, even when others try to sway you with their words. Through silence, you also learn to embrace discomfort. There will be moments when staying quiet feels challenging, when you want to speak out, but know it's not the right time. In these moments, silence teaches you to sit with the discomfort, to tolerate the tension, and to find peace within yourself. This ability to embrace discomfort is a powerful tool for personal growth, as it helps you to build emotional resilience and strength. Finally, silence is a practice that leads to wisdom. The more you cultivate it, the more you realize that silence is not about absence, but about presence. It is about being fully present in the moment, listening deeply to yourself and others, and responding from a place of calm and clarity. Through silence, you unlock a deeper sense of peace, power, and purpose, allowing you to navigate life with greater ease and grace. Having explored the profound power of silence in creating emotional control and inner peace, it's important to recognize how silence can save us from moments that often lead to regret. Emotional outbursts, fueled by anger, frustration, or pain, tend to cloud our judgment, making us say things we later wish we hadn't. In the heat of those moments, silence becomes the ultimate shield, protecting both your relationships and your sense of integrity. The ability to pause, to hold back, to stay silent during emotional turbulence is not just a strategy, it's a safeguard against damaging what matters most. In the throes of intense emotion, it's easy to believe that expressing our feelings immediately will provide relief. But far too often, speaking from a place of anger only serves to deepen wounds. Words spoken in haste are like arrows shot without aim, hitting targets we never intended. Silence, on the other hand, allows you to hold back from releasing those sharp, unfiltered emotions. It gives you the space to gather your thoughts, letting the storm pass without causing unnecessary harm. When emotions are high, judgment is often low. That's why staying silent during emotional outbursts is not a sign of suppression, but of wisdom. It gives you the chance to pause and reflect on what you're truly feeling and whether expressing it will help or harm the situation. Silence in this context becomes an act of self-preservation. It allows you to distance yourself from the immediate emotion and assess the bigger picture. There is a natural tendency to justify every feeling that arises, but not every feeling needs a voice. Emotions are transient, and what feels overwhelming in one moment may feel trivial just minutes later. When you react impulsively, you give those temporary feelings too much power. Silence helps you ride out the emotional wave, letting it pass without leaving a trail of destruction. You realize that most conflicts can be avoided by simply allowing emotions to settle before choosing how to respond. One of the most damaging effects of emotional outbursts is the way they erode trust. When you speak from a place of anger, frustration, or hurt, you risk saying things that your loved ones will remember long after the moment has passed. While you may later apologize, the impact of those words often lingers. Silence offers a way to protect your relationships from unnecessary strain. By choosing not to speak in those heated moments, you preserve the bond and avoid creating wounds that could take time to heal. Silence in times of emotional intensity also allows you to maintain your dignity. When you stay quiet during an argument or confrontation, you show that you are in control of yourself, even if the other person is not. This restraint often diffuses the situation more effectively than any words could. It demonstrates strength, showing that you value peace over the fleeting satisfaction of having the last word. In doing so, you retain your self-respect, even when faced with provocation. There's a common misconception that staying silent during emotional moments is the same as bottling up your feelings. But this is not about repressing your emotions. It's about choosing when and how to express them. Silence gives you the chance to process your feelings before sharing them in a calm and constructive way. When you wait for the right moment, your words carry more meaning and are more likely to be heard and understood. In situations where anger flares up unexpectedly, staying silent prevents the situation from escalating. Reacting impulsively often leads to a back-and-forth exchange that fuels the fire, making it difficult to resolve the issue. But when you choose silence, you create space for calm to return. This space allows both parties to step back, reflect, and approach the situation with clearer minds. Silence, in this way, acts as a cooling balm, preventing the argument from spiraling out of control. Over time, practicing silence during emotional outbursts teaches you the value of patience. You begin to see that not every feeling needs to be acted upon immediately. In fact, most emotional reactions benefit from time and space. By waiting before responding, you give yourself the opportunity to reflect on what truly matters. Often, the things that seemed so urgent in the moment lose their intensity once the emotions have cooled. Silence also prevents the kind of regret that lingers long after the outburst is over. We've all experienced that sinking feeling after saying something in anger, knowing that we can't take it back. Those moments of regret can weigh heavily on the heart, straining relationships and creating emotional distance. But by staying silent, you avoid these regrets. You protect yourself from the pain of knowing that you've hurt someone with words you didn't truly mean. When you pause instead of reacting, you give yourself time to evaluate whether your response will contribute to a solution or create more conflict. Emotional outbursts are often reactive and thoughtless, focused on releasing pent-up frustration rather than resolving the underlying issue. Silence allows you to step back, think through your response, and consider the long-term impact of your words. It gives you the clarity to choose a response that aligns with your values and preserves your peace. In relationships, silence during emotional outbursts can be a sign of respect. By choosing not to speak in anger, you show that you care enough about the other person to protect the relationship from unnecessary harm. You demonstrate that you are willing to prioritize the health of the relationship over the need to vent your emotions in the moment. This respect builds trust and creates a foundation of mutual understanding that strengthens the bond over time. Staying silent in moments of emotional turbulence also allows you to protect your own energy. Emotional outbursts are draining, both for the person expressing the emotion and for the person on the receiving end. By choosing silence, you conserve your energy and avoid getting pulled into the emotional vortex. This helps you stay grounded and centered, even when the situation around you is chaotic. One of the key lessons Stoicism teaches is that we cannot control what others do, but we can control how we respond. Silence is the ultimate expression of this principle. When someone provokes you or pushes your buttons, staying silent is a way of exercising control over yourself. It shows that you are not at the mercy of others' actions or words, but that you are in charge of your own reactions. This control is a source of great strength and inner peace. Silence also gives you the opportunity to listen more deeply. In moments of conflict, when emotions are running high, we often focus so much on what we want to say that we stop listening to the other person. But by staying quiet, you give yourself the chance to truly hear what they are saying. This listening can reveal underlying emotions, unspoken needs, or hidden tensions that may have been missed in the heat of the moment. In this way, silence becomes a tool for greater understanding and empathy. When you choose silence over emotional outbursts, you also create space for self-reflection. Instead of reacting impulsively, you have the time to ask yourself why you are feeling the way you do. What is the root cause of your frustration or anger? Is it something external, or is it coming from within? Silence allows you to dig deeper, uncovering the true source of your emotions and addressing it in a more thoughtful and productive way. Practicing silence during emotional moments also helps you to develop emotional resilience. The more you resist the urge to react impulsively, the stronger you become in managing your emotions. You learn that feelings of anger or frustration are temporary, and that they can pass without the need for immediate expression. This resilience allows you to navigate difficult situations with greater ease, knowing that you have the ability to stay calm and centered even in the face of intense emotions. Silence can also serve as a way to de-escalate your own internal emotional state. When you refrain from speaking during a moment of anger or frustration, you give yourself the chance to calm down. The act of staying quiet helps to slow your racing thoughts, lower your heart rate, and bring your emotions back into balance. In this sense, silence becomes a form of self-soothing, helping you to regain control over your emotional state. In moments of intense emotion, it's easy to feel like you are justified in expressing your anger, but justification does not always lead to resolution. Just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean that expressing it will help the situation. Silence helps you to separate your emotions from your actions, allowing you to choose responses that are productive rather than reactive. This separation is crucial for avoiding the kind of emotional outbursts that lead to regret. Silence also protects your relationships from the long-term damage that emotional outbursts can cause. When you react in anger, you risk saying things that may be forgiven but not forgotten. Those words can linger in the minds of your loved ones, creating a lasting impact that may be difficult to repair. By staying silent in those heated moments, you protect the relationship from unnecessary harm, preserving the trust and connection that you've worked hard to build. Over time, practicing silence during emotional outbursts helps you to develop a greater sense of emotional maturity. You begin to realize that not every feeling needs to be expressed, and that sometimes the best way to handle a situation is to let it pass without reacting. This maturity allows you to navigate relationships with greater grace and wisdom, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and building deeper, more meaningful connections. Staying silent during moments of anger also helps you to maintain your personal integrity. When you react impulsively, you risk acting in ways that don't align with your values. But by choosing silence, you give yourself the chance to respond in a way that reflects your true self. You stay true to who you are, even in moments of emotional intensity, and this integrity becomes a source of strength and self-respect. One of the greatest gifts that silence offers is the ability to pause. In a world that encourages constant reaction, silence allows you to step back and create space between the stimulus and your response. This pause gives you the power to choose how you want to react, rather than being swept up in the emotional current. It is in this pause that you find clarity, wisdom, and the ability to avoid regret. Through the practice of silence, you learn that emotional outbursts are often a sign of unresolved inner conflict. When you stay silent, you give yourself the chance to explore what's really going on beneath the surface. You begin to understand that the anger or frustration you feel may have less to do with the external situation and more to do with something internal. Silence helps you to uncover these deeper truths, leading to greater self-awareness and emotional healing. Silence also helps you to build stronger relationships by fostering a sense of emotional safety. When you refrain from reacting in anger, you create an environment where the other person feels safe to express themselves without fear of being attacked or judged. This emotional safety is crucial for building trust and intimacy in relationships, as it allows both parties to feel heard and understood without the threat of conflict. Choosing silence during emotional outbursts also helps you to avoid saying things that you don't truly mean. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to let hurtful words slip out, but once they are said, they can't be taken back. Silence protects you from this risk, allowing you to pause and reflect on whether what you want to say is truly aligned with your values and your intentions. Silence during moments of emotional intensity also helps you to cultivate a sense of inner peace. When you stay quiet, You refuse to let external circumstances dictate your emotional state. You create a buffer between yourself and the chaos of the world around you, maintaining your inner calm even in the face of conflict. This peace becomes a source of strength, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and grace. Practicing silence also helps you to develop empathy. When you refrain from reacting in anger, you give yourself the opportunity to step into the other person's shoes and understand their perspective. This empathy allows you to approach the situation with greater compassion, reducing the likelihood of conflict and fostering a deeper connection. Silence also teaches you the value of letting go. Not every emotional response needs to be acted upon, and not every conflict needs to be resolved through words. Sometimes the best way to move forward is to let the situation pass without engaging in it. By staying silent, you learn to release the need to control every outcome, trusting that some things are best left unspoken. In the end, silence is a gift you give to yourself. It protects you from the pain of regret, the strain of unnecessary conflict, and the damage of emotional outbursts. It allows you to maintain your peace, preserve your relationships, and stay true to your values. Through silence, you discover a deeper sense of power and control, one that helps you navigate life with wisdom, grace, and inner strength. As we've explored how silence can prevent regret and protect relationships during emotional outbursts, there is another dimension of silence that Stoicism emphasizes. Knowing when speaking is unnecessary. Life constantly presents us with moments where we feel compelled to voice our opinions, defend ourselves, or engage in debates. However, there are times when speaking only escalates the problem, complicating situations that could have been resolved with silence. Stoicism teaches us the invaluable skill of choosing our battles wisely, understanding when silence can offer more than words. There's a certain peace that comes with realizing not every battle is yours to fight. Often, we get caught up in conflicts that, in the grand scheme of things, don't matter. Engaging in every argument or confrontation drains your energy and leads to a cycle of unnecessary stress. The wisdom to recognize when speaking will do more harm than good comes from an awareness of what's truly important. By refraining from engaging in trivial disputes, you conserve your mental and emotional resources for the things that actually matter. Many arguments begin with small disagreements that spiral out of control because neither side is willing to stay quiet. Instead of finding common ground, the conversation becomes about winning, proving a point, or being right. But Stoicism teaches that being right isn't always the most valuable outcome. Sometimes silence is the path to maintaining peace and avoiding unnecessary tension. By staying silent, you avoid inflaming a situation that could easily escalate into something much larger than it needed to be. There is great wisdom in knowing when to let things go. Many people feel the need to respond to every criticism, every perceived slight, but this only traps them in a cycle of defensiveness. Constantly defending yourself takes a toll on your well-being, making you reactive rather than reflective. Silence, however, gives you the space to assess whether a situation truly warrants a response. In most cases, you'll find that many conflicts resolve themselves when left alone. Silence gives the situation time to diffuse naturally. In many conflicts, the loudest voices are not necessarily the wisest. People often mistake volume and persistence for strength, but true strength lies in the ability to hold your ground quietly. When you choose silence, you don't give away your power to others' provocations. You remain in control of your reactions, showing that you don't need to engage in every confrontation to assert your value. This self-assurance, rooted in Stoicism, allows you to walk away from arguments that would only bring unnecessary chaos into your life. Choosing silence over argument doesn't mean you're surrendering or letting others win. Instead, it shows a deeper understanding of the bigger picture. Not every battle is worth fighting, and engaging in every conflict often distracts you from your larger goals and values. By refusing to be drawn into petty arguments, you stay focused on what truly matters to you. Silence in these moments becomes a way of honoring your priorities and protecting your peace. Sometimes, speaking up can complicate things more than silence ever would. There are situations where engaging only deepens misunderstandings or creates more division. But when you stay silent, you avoid adding fuel to the fire. Silence creates space for reflection, both for you and for others involved. It allows the tension to settle, often resolving conflicts without the need for words. This is one of the most powerful aspects of choosing your battles, understanding that not every conflict needs to be resolved through confrontation. People often speak in moments of anger or frustration, believing that expressing their emotions will lead to resolution. But Stoicism teaches us that words spoken in anger rarely bring peace. More often than not, they escalate the situation, creating more conflict and confusion. Silence, on the other hand, gives you the time to let emotions cool before deciding whether the issue truly needs to be addressed. In many cases, staying quiet during these heated moments is the best way to prevent a minor issue from turning into a major conflict. Choosing when to stay silent is also a way to protect your emotional energy. Every argument, every debate, and every confrontation requires mental and emotional investment. If you engage in every conflict that comes your way, you quickly deplete your energy reserves, leaving little room for the things that truly matter in your life. Silence acts as a filter, allowing you to conserve your energy for the battles that are actually worth fighting. There is a freedom that comes with the realization that you don't need to respond to everything. Stoicism encourages you to reflect on the bigger picture and recognize when speaking will only entangle you further in conflict. When you choose silence, you let go of the need to prove yourself, defend your reputation, or argue every point. This freedom allows you to focus on what truly brings you peace and fulfillment, rather than getting caught up in the noise of endless debates. Many people feel the need to defend themselves when they are criticized, but not all criticism requires a response. Silence, in these moments, can be a powerful tool for self-preservation. By choosing not to engage, you protect yourself from the emotional toll of defensiveness. You also demonstrate that you are confident enough in yourself that you don't need to respond to every negative comment or opinion. This quiet confidence often speaks louder than any words could. In social settings, there are often moments when conversations turn into debates or conflicts that serve no purpose. These situations can quickly become draining, pulling you into arguments that leave you feeling exhausted and frustrated. By recognizing when speaking will only exacerbate the issue, you can choose to step back and remain silent. This choice not only protects your peace, but also helps to de-escalate the situation for everyone involved. Silence also allows you to avoid being pulled into the emotional drama of others. There are people who thrive on conflict, seeking out arguments and disagreements to create chaos. Engaging with these individuals only feeds into their need for attention and drama, but by staying silent, you refuse to give them the reaction they seek. This refusal often frustrates them, leading them to disengage. In this way, silence becomes a powerful way to protect yourself from toxic dynamics. One of the key lessons of Stoicism is that peace comes from within. When you engage in every argument or debate, you give away your peace to external circumstances. But by choosing silence, you retain control over your internal state. You show that your peace is not dependent on winning arguments or proving others wrong. This inner peace becomes a source of strength, allowing you to navigate conflicts with clarity and calm. Choosing your battles wisely also helps you to stay focused on your goals. Every time you engage in a conflict, you divert your attention and energy away from the things that matter most to you. Silence helps you to stay on track, avoiding the distractions of unnecessary arguments. It allows you to stay committed to your larger purpose, rather than getting bogged down in trivial disputes. Silence can also serve as a way to build stronger relationships. Not every disagreement needs to be turned into an argument, and sometimes the best way to maintain a healthy relationship is to let things go. By choosing not to engage in minor conflicts, you show that you value the relationship more than the need to be right. This creates a foundation of trust and understanding, allowing both parties to feel safe and respected. There is a certain grace that comes with the ability to walk away from unnecessary conflict. Stoicism teaches that true strength lies in the ability to remain calm and composed, even when others are trying to provoke you. By choosing silence, you demonstrate that you are in control of yourself and that you won't be pulled into arguments that don't serve your higher purpose. This grace not only protects your peace, but also earns you the respect of others. Many conflicts arise because people feel the need to respond immediately. But Stoicism encourages patience, reminding you that not every issue needs to be addressed in the moment. By choosing silence, you give yourself time to reflect on the situation, allowing emotions to settle before deciding whether the issue truly needs to be addressed. Often, you'll find that what seemed urgent in the moment no longer feels important once you've had time to think. Silence also helps you to avoid misunderstandings. When emotions are high, words can easily be misinterpreted, leading to further confusion and conflict. But by staying quiet, you create space for clarity. You give both yourself and others the opportunity to reflect on the situation without the pressure of immediate response. This clarity often leads to a deeper understanding, allowing the conflict to resolve itself without the need for heated discussion. In many situations, silence is a form of strength. It takes far more discipline to stay quiet than it does to react impulsively. When you choose silence, you are exercising control over yourself, refusing to let external circumstances dictate your actions. This self-control not only helps you to avoid unnecessary conflict, but also strengthens your ability to navigate difficult situations with grace and composure. By staying silent in moments of potential conflict, you also create space for others to reflect on their own behavior. When people are met with silence rather than confrontation, they often have the opportunity to consider their actions more deeply. This reflection can lead to a resolution that might not have been possible if the situation had escalated into an argument. Silence in this way becomes a tool for fostering greater understanding and growth. Choosing silence over argument also helps you to maintain your dignity. When you engage in every conflict, you risk lowering yourself to the level of petty disputes. But by staying silent, you rise above the noise of unnecessary arguments, showing that you are secure enough in yourself that you don't need to prove anything to others. This dignity is a reflection of your inner strength and self-respect. In moments of conflict, there is often a temptation to speak out of anger or frustration. But Stoicism teaches that words spoken in anger rarely lead to resolution. Silence, on the other hand, allows you to pause and reflect before responding. This pause gives you the clarity to decide whether the issue truly needs to be addressed, and if so, how best to approach it. In many cases, you'll find that silence is the most effective way to maintain peace and avoid further conflict. Silence also helps you to avoid getting caught up in the emotions of others. When people are angry or upset, they often try to pull others into their emotional turmoil. Engaging with them only fuels their anger, creating a cycle of conflict that can be difficult to break. But by staying silent, you create a boundary between yourself and their emotions. This boundary protects your peace and prevents you from being drawn into conflicts that don't serve your well-being. Choosing when to speak and when to stay silent is a key component of emotional intelligence. It requires a deep understanding of yourself and others, as well as the ability to assess situations with clarity and wisdom. When you choose silence over unnecessary argument, you demonstrate that you are in control of your emotions and reactions. This emotional intelligence not only helps you to navigate conflicts more effectively, but also fosters deeper, more meaningful relationships. Silence also teaches you the value of listening. In many conflicts, people are so focused on what they want to say that they stop listening to the other person. But by staying silent, you give yourself the opportunity to truly hear what the other person is saying. This listening can reveal underlying emotions, unspoken needs, or hidden tensions that might have been missed in the heat of an argument. In this way, silence becomes a tool for greater understanding and empathy. By choosing silence in moments of conflict, you also create space for self-reflection. Instead of reacting impulsively, you have the time to ask yourself why you are feeling the way you do. What is the root cause of your frustration or anger? Is it something external, or is it coming from within? Silence allows you to dig deeper, uncovering the true source of your emotions and addressing it in a more thoughtful and productive way. Silence also helps you to avoid saying things that you might later regret. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to let hurtful words slip out, but once they are said, they can't be taken back. Silence protects you from this risk, allowing you to pause and reflect on whether what you want to say is truly aligned with your values and your intentions. This reflection often leads to a more thoughtful and constructive response, one that preserves the relationship rather than damaging it. Through the practice of silence, you learn that not every battle is worth fighting. Stoicism teaches that peace comes from within, and that external conflicts only distract you from your larger purpose. By choosing silence over unnecessary argument, you stay focused on what truly matters to you. You protect your peace, conserve your energy, and avoid getting caught up in conflicts that don't serve your well-being. In the end, silence is not about avoiding conflict altogether, but about choosing your battles wisely. It's about understanding when speaking will only create more tension, and when silence can offer a path to peace and resolution. Through the practice of silence, you discover a deeper sense of power and control, one that helps you navigate life's challenges with wisdom, grace, and inner strength. As we've discussed the value of choosing your battles and knowing when to remain silent in conflict, there is another crucial area where silence holds immense power: dealing with negative people. Toxic or manipulative individuals thrive on reactions, feeding off the emotions they provoke in others. For those following Stoic principles, silence becomes not just a tool for self-control, but a shield that protects your energy from being drained by these harmful influences. Understanding how to use silence in these situations is key to outlasting negativity and maintaining your peace. Negative people have a way of drawing others into their emotional storms, whether through constant complaining, manipulation, or provocation. They seek validation for their negativity by trying to pull others down with them. Silence in these moments serves as a powerful defense. By refusing to engage, you deny them the satisfaction of a reaction. This lack of response weakens their influence over you, as they can no longer feed off your emotional energy. In many cases, negative people use manipulation to get what they want, often playing the victim or using guilt as a tool. Engaging with them only validates their behavior, encouraging them to continue. But when you respond with silence, you refuse to participate in their game. This not only protects your own peace, but also sends a clear message: You will not be controlled or swayed by their tactics. Silence in these moments becomes a boundary that shields you from manipulation. Negative individuals often use words as weapons, seeking to provoke an emotional response that pulls you into conflict. But Stoicism teaches that you are in control of your own reactions. By choosing silence, you show that their words hold no power over you. You maintain your composure, demonstrating that you are not easily manipulated or provoked. This silent strength disarms them as they realize their usual methods no longer work. Silence also allows you to protect your mental and emotional energy. Engaging with negative people can be exhausting, as their constant complaints, criticisms, or manipulations drain your resources. By staying quiet, you conserve your energy, refusing to let their negativity affect your inner peace. This act of self-preservation is crucial for maintaining your well-being in the face of toxic behavior. One of the most powerful aspects of silence is that it forces the other person to reflect on their own behavior. When negative individuals are met with silence instead of a reaction, they are left to sit with their own words and actions. This can lead to a moment of self-awareness, as they are no longer able to deflect responsibility onto others. Silence in this way becomes a mirror, reflecting their behavior back to them and encouraging them to reconsider their approach. When dealing with manipulative individuals, silence can be a way to regain control over the situation. Manipulators often thrive on confusion and chaos, using words to distort reality and shift blame. But by staying silent, you refuse to be drawn into their web of manipulation. You remain clear-headed, able to see through their tactics without being emotionally entangled. This clarity allows you to navigate the situation with wisdom and strength, maintaining control over your own actions. Silence also protects you from becoming entangled in other people's drama. Negative people often create unnecessary drama to gain attention or stir up conflict. Engaging with them only pulls you into their chaotic world, leaving you feeling drained and frustrated. But when you choose silence, you refuse to be part of their drama. You stay grounded, preserving your own peace while letting the chaos pass you by. In relationships, silence can be a way to establish healthy boundaries with toxic individuals. Negative people often push boundaries, testing how far they can go in manipulating or controlling others. By staying silent in response to their provocations, you make it clear that you will not tolerate their behavior. This boundary protects you from being drawn into toxic dynamics, allowing you to maintain your emotional independence. Silence can also serve as a way to distance yourself from the constant negativity of others. Negative people often try to bring others down to their level, seeking validation for their pessimism. But when you refuse to engage, you create emotional distance. This distance protects your mindset, allowing you to stay positive and focused on your own growth, rather than being dragged into their negative worldview. Stoicism teaches that peace comes from within, and engaging with negative people often disrupts that peace. Silence, however, keeps you centered. By refusing to respond to their provocations, you remain in control of your emotional state. You don't allow their negativity to influence your mood or disrupt your sense of calm. This inner peace becomes a powerful shield, protecting you from the emotional turmoil that negative people often bring. Dealing with toxic individuals can be particularly challenging when they are close to you, friends, family, or co-workers. In these situations, silence can be a way to maintain the relationship without being overwhelmed by their negativity. By staying quiet in response to their complaints or manipulations, you avoid escalating the situation while protecting your own energy. This balance allows you to coexist without being consumed by their negative influence. There is also great strength in knowing that not every comment or criticism requires a response. Negative people often criticize others as a way to deflect from their own insecurities. Engaging with their criticism only validates their approach, but by staying silent, you show that their words have no impact on you. This silent confidence often unsettles negative individuals as they realize they cannot control your emotions through their words. Silence also allows you to maintain your dignity in the face of negativity. Engaging in petty arguments or responding to manipulative tactics often lowers you to the level of the toxic individual. But by staying silent, you rise above the negativity. You show that you are in control of yourself and that you won't be dragged into unnecessary conflict. This dignity not only protects your peace, but also earns you the respect of others. Negative people often seek to provoke a reaction in others as a way to validate their own behavior. But when you choose silence, you refuse to give them the satisfaction of a response. This lack of reaction often frustrates them as they are unable to draw you into their emotional turmoil. Over time, they may even stop trying to provoke you, realizing that their tactics no longer work. In this way, silence becomes a long-term strategy for outlasting negativity. Choosing silence over engagement with toxic individuals also helps you to maintain clarity. When you stay quiet, you give yourself the space to observe the situation from a distance. You can see their behavior for what it truly is, without being emotionally entangled in the conflict. This clarity allows you to make more informed decisions about how to handle the situation, protecting your peace while maintaining control over your actions. In many cases, silence can also protect you from the emotional manipulation that negative people often use. Toxic individuals are skilled at twisting words and distorting reality to make others feel guilty or responsible for their problems. But by staying silent, you refuse to give them the opportunity to manipulate you. You maintain your emotional independence, refusing to be drawn into their web of deceit. Silence can also serve as a way to protect your energy when dealing with complainers. Negative people often complain endlessly, seeking sympathy or validation for their grievances. Engaging with their complaints only drains your energy, leaving you feeling frustrated and overwhelmed. But when you stay quiet, you avoid being pulled into their negativity. This silence acts as a barrier, protecting your energy and allowing you to maintain your focus on more positive aspects of life. Negative people often seek to spread their pessimism to others, hoping to bring everyone down to their level. But Stoicism teaches that you are in control of your own mindset. By choosing silence, you protect your positive outlook from being influenced by their negativity. You refuse to let their complaints, criticisms, or pessimism affect your own peace of mind. In this way, silence becomes a powerful tool for maintaining your own sense of happiness and well-being. There is also a subtle form of power in silence when dealing with toxic individuals. Negative people often thrive on attention, using their words and actions to provoke a reaction from others. But when you choose silence, you deny them that attention. This refusal to engage weakens their hold over you, as they realize that their tactics no longer have the desired effect. Over time, they may even lose interest in trying to provoke you, as they no longer receive the emotional reaction they crave. Silence also helps you to avoid unnecessary conflict with negative people. Toxic individuals often create drama or conflict as a way to stir up emotions and create chaos. Engaging with them only adds fuel to the fire, escalating the situation and making it more difficult to resolve. But by staying quiet, you avoid getting caught up in their drama. You remain calm and composed, allowing the conflict to pass without being drawn into it. In relationships with negative people, silence can also be a way to maintain emotional distance. Toxic individuals often try to blur boundaries, pulling others into their emotional chaos. But by staying silent in response to their provocations, you create a clear boundary. This boundary protects your emotional well-being, allowing you to maintain a healthy distance from their negativity while still preserving the relationship. Silence also gives you the opportunity to reflect on the situation without being overwhelmed by the other person's emotions. Negative people often try to project their emotions onto others, creating a sense of urgency or crisis. But by staying quiet, you give yourself the space to assess the situation calmly. This reflection allows you to see through their tactics, recognizing their behavior for what it truly is, without being emotionally manipulated. In many cases, silence can also serve as a form of self-care when dealing with toxic individuals. Engaging with negative people can be emotionally draining, leaving you feeling depleted and overwhelmed. But by choosing silence, you protect your own well-being. You refuse to let their negativity affect your emotional state, allowing you to maintain your peace and energy. This act of self-care is crucial for protecting your mental and emotional health in the face of toxic behavior. Silence also allows you to maintain control over your own actions when dealing with manipulative individuals. Toxic people often try to provoke a reaction, using words or actions to push your buttons. But by staying quiet, you refuse to give them that control. You remain in charge of your own responses, demonstrating that you are not easily manipulated or swayed by their tactics. This control allows you to navigate the situation with clarity and wisdom. Choosing silence over engagement with toxic individuals also helps you to stay focused on your own growth and goals. Negative people often try to distract others from their own progress, pulling them into conflicts or drama. But by staying quiet, you refuse to be derailed by their negativity. You stay committed to your own path, maintaining focus on what truly matters to you without being drawn into unnecessary distractions. Silence also helps you to avoid becoming reactive when dealing with negative people. Toxic individuals often try to provoke emotional reactions as a way to control the situation. But Stoicism teaches that you are in control of your own emotions. By choosing silence, you refuse to be reactive, staying calm and centered even in the face of provocation. This composure allows you to navigate the situation with grace, avoiding the emotional turbulence that negative people often create. In relationships with toxic individuals, silence can also serve as a way to protect your own sense of self-worth. Negative people often use criticism or manipulation to undermine the confidence of others. Engaging with their negativity only gives their words power, but by staying silent, you show that their opinions have no impact on your self-esteem. This silent confidence protects your sense of self-worth, allowing you to maintain a strong and positive self-image, even in the face of criticism. There is also a sense of liberation that comes with choosing silence over engagement with negative people. Toxic individuals often try to control others through manipulation or emotional coercion. But when you choose silence, you free yourself from their influence. You no longer feel the need to respond to their provocations or defend yourself against their criticisms. This freedom allows you to live on your own terms, without being weighed down by the negativity of others. Silence also allows you to maintain a sense of inner peace when dealing with toxic individuals. Negative people often create emotional chaos, pulling others into their storm of negativity. But Stoicism teaches that peace comes from within, and silence helps you to protect that peace. By staying quiet, you refuse to let their chaos disrupt your calm. This inner peace becomes a source of strength, allowing you to outlast their negativity without being affected by it. In many cases, silence can also be a way to outsmart toxic individuals. Negative people often rely on manipulation or provocation to control others, but by staying silent, you deny them the opportunity to manipulate you. This refusal to engage often frustrates them, as they realize their usual tactics no longer work. Over time, they may even stop trying to manipulate you, as they no longer receive the emotional reaction they seek. Finally, silence is a way to protect your own happiness when dealing with negative people. Toxic individuals often try to bring others down to their level, spreading their negativity in an attempt to make others feel as miserable as they do. But Stoicism teaches that happiness is a choice, and silence helps you to protect that choice. By staying quiet, you refuse to let their negativity influence your own sense of well-being. This silence becomes a powerful tool for maintaining your happiness and peace of mind, even in the face of toxic behavior. As we reflect on how silence protects you from toxic individuals, it's equally important to understand that silence is not just about self-preservation, it is also a tool for connection. One of the most powerful aspects of silence is its ability to deepen relationships. The art of listening, which Stoicism emphasizes, is often overshadowed by the desire to be heard. But when you shift your focus from speaking to truly listening and observing, your relationships naturally become richer, more meaningful, and more grounded in mutual respect. Listening is not passive. It is an active choice that requires focus and presence. While silence may seem like a lack of action, it is actually a powerful way to engage. By staying quiet and allowing others to speak without interruption, you offer them the space to express themselves fully. In this space, understanding is born. People feel valued when they know they are being truly heard, and this creates a foundation for trust and emotional intimacy. The simple act of listening without the urge to respond immediately is a rare and valuable gift in today's fast-paced world. Many conversations are filled with interruptions, with people rushing to offer their own opinions or advice. But when you stay silent and give someone your full attention, you show that their words matter. This builds a deeper connection, as they recognize that you are not just waiting for your turn to speak, but are genuinely interested in their thoughts and feelings. Silence during conversations allows you to gather more information, not just about what is being said, but about what is not being said. People communicate through more than just words. Body language, tone, and pauses reveal much about a person's emotional state. By staying quiet and observing, you pick up on these subtle cues, gaining a deeper understanding of the person in front of you. This awareness helps you to respond with greater empathy and insight. One of the most overlooked benefits of listening is that it reduces misunderstandings. When people feel rushed or unheard, they may not communicate clearly, leading to confusion or conflict. But when you take the time to listen deeply, you are more likely to grasp the full meaning of their words. Silence gives you the opportunity to ask thoughtful questions that clarify any points of confusion, ensuring that both parties are on the same page. Listening also fosters patience, a key principle in Stoicism. It can be tempting to jump in with your own thoughts, especially if you disagree with what is being said. But by practicing silence, you learn to hold back, giving the other person space to finish their thoughts. This patience not only makes you a better listener, but also helps to keep the conversation calm and constructive, even when there are disagreements. In relationships, silence can be a form of respect. When you allow someone to speak without cutting them off or steering the conversation toward your own experiences, you show that you respect their voice and their perspective. This respect creates a sense of equality in the relationship, where both parties feel heard and valued. Over time, this mutual respect strengthens the bond between you, leading to a more harmonious and balanced connection. Silence also teaches you the value of humility in conversations. Often, we are quick to share our opinions or advice, believing that we have the answers. But Stoicism reminds us that we do not always know best. By staying quiet and listening, you open yourself up to learning from others. This humility allows for greater growth, as you recognize that every person you meet has something valuable to teach you if you are willing to listen. Listening without judgment is another powerful aspect of silence. Many people hesitate to open up because they fear being judged or misunderstood. But when you practice silent listening, you create a safe space for them to express themselves freely. This non-judgmental listening builds trust, as they realize they can be vulnerable with you without fear of criticism. Over time, this trust deepens the relationship, creating a solid foundation of emotional safety. Silence also allows you to be fully present in the moment. Too often, we are distracted during conversations, either by our own thoughts or by external factors. But when you practice silent listening, you ground yourself in the present moment, giving the other person your undivided attention. This presence is felt, even if unspoken, and it creates a sense of closeness that strengthens the relationship. In relationships, silence can also be a way to offer support. When someone is going through a difficult time, they may not need advice or solutions. They simply need someone to listen. By staying quiet and allowing them to express their emotions, you offer them the gift of your presence. This silent support can be more powerful than any words, as it shows that you are there for them without trying to fix their problems. One of the key benefits of silent listening is that it encourages others to share more deeply. When people feel heard, they are more likely to open up about their thoughts, feelings, and experiences. This openness leads to more meaningful conversations, where both parties can connect on a deeper level. Silence, in this way, acts as an invitation for others to be more vulnerable and authentic with you. By practicing silence in conversations, you also become more attuned to your own reactions. Instead of immediately jumping in with your thoughts or opinions, you give yourself the space to reflect on what is being said. This reflection allows you to respond more thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Over time, this leads to more constructive and productive conversations where both parties feel heard and understood. Silent listening also fosters empathy. When you allow someone to speak without interruption, you give yourself the opportunity to truly step into their shoes and see the world from their perspective. This empathy helps you to connect with them on a deeper level as you begin to understand their feelings, challenges, and motivations. In this way, silence becomes a bridge that connects you to others in a more meaningful way. In relationships, silence can also be a way to de-escalate tension. When emotions run high, it can be tempting to respond quickly, often escalating the conflict. But by staying quiet and listening, you create space for the other person to express their feelings without interruption. This space allows emotions to cool, making it easier to find a resolution without resorting to argument. Silence, in this way, becomes a tool for maintaining peace in relationships. Listening without the need to respond also helps you to avoid misunderstandings. Often, conflicts arise because one person feels misunderstood or unheard. But when you practice silent listening, you give the other person the chance to fully explain themselves. This deeper understanding helps to prevent miscommunication, allowing both parties to feel more connected and aligned. Silence in conversations also encourages others to reflect on their own words. When someone is speaking and you remain quiet, they are often prompted to think more deeply about what they are saying. This self-reflection can lead to greater clarity and insight, both for them and for you. In this way, silence acts as a mirror, helping others to see their own thoughts more clearly. In relationships, silence can also be a way to show patience and understanding. Not everyone expresses themselves easily, and some people need more time to find the right words. By staying quiet and giving them the space to articulate their thoughts, you show that you are willing to wait for them to express themselves fully. This patience creates a sense of safety and support, strengthening the bond between you. Silent listening also helps you to become more aware of your own assumptions and biases. Often, we enter conversations with preconceived notions about what the other person is thinking or feeling. But when you stay quiet and truly listen, you give yourself the chance to challenge these assumptions. This openness allows for more authentic communication, where both parties can engage with each other without the filter of judgment or bias. Silence also fosters a sense of mindfulness in conversations. By staying quiet and focusing on the other person's words, you become more aware of the present moment. This mindfulness helps you to stay grounded, preventing you from getting caught up in distractions or irrelevant thoughts. Over time, this practice of mindful listening deepens your connections with others as they feel your full presence in every conversation. One of the most powerful aspects of silence is that it creates space for deeper understanding. When you allow someone to speak without interruption, you give yourself the opportunity to see beyond their words and into their emotions. This deeper understanding helps to build stronger, more meaningful relationships, where both parties feel truly connected and valued. Silent listening also teaches you the value of restraint. It can be tempting to offer advice or solutions during a conversation, but often people simply want to be heard. By staying quiet and refraining from offering unsolicited advice, you show that you respect their ability to find their own answers. This restraint fosters a sense of autonomy and empowerment in the other person, strengthening the relationship. In relationships, silence can also be a way to offer comfort. When someone is going through a difficult time, they may not need words. They may simply need someone to be there with them. By staying quiet and offering your presence, you provide them with a sense of support and solidarity. This silent companionship can be incredibly healing, as it shows that you are there for them without the need for explanations or solutions. Silent listening also helps you to build trust in relationships. When people feel heard without judgment or interruption, they are more likely to open up and share their true selves. This openness creates a foundation of trust, where both parties feel safe to express their thoughts and feelings without fear of rejection or criticism. Over time, this trust deepens the connection, leading to a more fulfilling and supportive relationship. Silence also teaches you the value of observation in relationships. By staying quiet and observing the other person's behavior, body language, and tone, you gain valuable insights into their emotional state. This observation helps you to respond with greater empathy and understanding, creating a more harmonious and supportive relationship. Silent listening also encourages others to take responsibility for their own emotions and actions. When people are met with silence, they are often prompted to reflect on their own words and behavior. This self-reflection can lead to greater accountability as they begin to recognize the impact of their actions on the relationship. In this way, silence becomes a tool for fostering personal growth and maturity in relationships. In relationships, silence can also be a way to create space for healing. When conflicts arise, it can be tempting to immediately try to resolve the issue through words. But sometimes, the best way to heal is to simply give each other space. By staying quiet and allowing the other person time to process their emotions, you create a sense of respect and understanding that fosters healing and reconciliation. Silent listening also helps you to become more present in your relationships. When you practice staying quiet and fully engaging with the other person, you create a sense of connection that goes beyond words. This presence helps to build stronger, more meaningful relationships, where both parties feel truly seen and heard. In relationships, silence can also be a way to show that you are truly listening, not just waiting for your turn to speak. By staying quiet and giving the other person your full attention, You show that you value their words and their perspective. This respect fosters a deeper connection where both parties feel heard, understood, and valued. Silent listening also helps you to avoid reactive communication. Often, when we feel attacked or misunderstood, we react defensively, escalating the conflict. But by staying quiet and allowing the other person to express themselves fully, you create space for a more thoughtful and constructive response. This leads to more productive conversations, where both parties feel heard and respected. In relationships, silence can also be a way to honor the other person's emotions. Sometimes, people just need to vent or express their feelings without being interrupted or judged. By staying quiet and offering your presence, you create a safe space for them to release their emotions. This silent support helps to strengthen the relationship as they feel seen, heard, and validated. Finally, silence is a way to cultivate deeper empathy in relationships. When you practice silent listening, you give yourself the opportunity to truly understand the other person's perspective. This empathy helps to build stronger, more meaningful connections, where both parties feel understood and supported. Through the power of silence, you can create relationships that are grounded in trust, respect, and mutual understanding, allowing both you and the other person to thrive. As we have seen, silence is a powerful tool for building better relationships by fostering deeper listening and understanding. But there's another aspect of silence that is equally important: the silence within. Controlling the dialogue that happens inside your mind is just as critical as the conversations you have with others. Our inner world, filled with constant thoughts, worries, and doubts, can become a source of anxiety and negativity if left unchecked. Stoicism teaches that by practicing inner silence, you can gain control over these thoughts and find clarity and peace. In our daily lives, the mind is often bombarded with negative thoughts. These thoughts, when allowed to run unchecked, can affect our mood, our decisions, and our sense of well-being. Practicing inner silence helps you observe these thoughts without reacting to them. By staying quiet in your own mind, you create space between yourself and the negativity, allowing it to pass without pulling you into its spiral. This creates a mental distance that protects your peace and prevents you from being consumed by unnecessary worries. When you embrace silence within, you become more aware of the constant chatter that goes on in your mind. Much of this chatter is repetitive, filled with fears about the future or regrets from the past. Inner silence helps you break the cycle of overthinking, giving you the clarity to focus on the present moment. Instead of allowing your thoughts to drag you in every direction, you learn to gently quiet them, finding stillness in the midst of chaos. This stillness brings a sense of mental calm that is essential for maintaining clarity and focus. Silence also helps you to step back from your thoughts and observe them from a distance. Instead of identifying with every negative thought that crosses your mind, you learn to see them for what they are: temporary, fleeting, and often exaggerated. This ability to detach from your thoughts is key to reducing their power over you. When you can look at your thoughts without being pulled into them, you regain control over your mental state, refusing to let negativity dictate your emotions or actions. Inner silence doesn't mean suppressing your thoughts or pushing them away. Instead, it's about creating a space of non-reactivity. You let the thoughts come and go, but you don't engage with them. This practice of non-attachment is deeply rooted in Stoicism, where the focus is on accepting things as they are without judgment. By practicing inner silence, you stop giving unnecessary attention to negative thoughts, allowing them to fade on their own. The mind is like a river, constantly flowing with thoughts and emotions. When you practice inner silence, it's like stepping onto the riverbank, watching the flow without being carried away by it. This perspective allows you to maintain mental clarity even when life becomes overwhelming. Instead of being swept away by your thoughts, you remain grounded, observing the flow without letting it dictate your feelings or actions. This detachment brings a sense of freedom and control that is essential for navigating life's challenges. One of the most powerful effects of inner silence is the way it reduces the intensity of negative emotions. When you stop feeding your negative thoughts with constant attention, they lose their grip on you. Anger, fear, and anxiety become less overwhelming when they are not fueled by mental chatter. Inner silence helps you to process these emotions without becoming consumed by them. You learn to sit with your feelings without letting them take over, creating space for healing and growth. Inner silence also helps to break the cycle of self-criticism. Many of us are our own harshest critics, constantly judging ourselves for not being good enough or for making mistakes. But when you practice silence within, you create distance from this critical voice. You recognize that these judgments are just thoughts, not truths. This recognition allows you to let go of self-judgment and embrace self-compassion. Silence becomes a way to nurture a kinder, more supportive inner dialogue. Through inner silence, you also learn to question the validity of your thoughts. Not every thought that crosses your mind is true or useful. Many are simply echoes of past experiences or fears projected onto the future. By staying quiet and observing these thoughts, you can ask yourself whether they are helping or harming you. This practice helps you to filter out the negative, unproductive thoughts and focus on what truly matters, bringing greater clarity and purpose to your mental life. Mindfulness and inner silence go hand in hand. By staying present in the moment and observing your thoughts without judgment, you cultivate a sense of mindfulness that keeps you grounded. Instead of being lost in worries about the past or future, you stay connected to the present, where peace and clarity reside. This mindful silence helps you to maintain a sense of balance, even in the face of life's challenges. Inner silence also creates the mental space needed for problem solving. When your mind is cluttered with negative thoughts, it becomes difficult to think clearly or make decisions. But when you practice silence, you quiet the noise and create room for insight. This clarity allows you to approach problems with a calm, focused mind, finding solutions more easily and effectively. Silence in this way becomes a source of mental strength. By practicing inner silence, you also gain a deeper understanding of your own mind. You begin to recognize the patterns of thought that lead to negativity or anxiety, and you learn to interrupt these patterns before they take hold. This self-awareness is key to managing your mental state, as it gives you the power to choose how you respond to your thoughts. Instead of reacting automatically, you pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with your values and goals. The practice of inner silence also helps you to develop greater patience with yourself and others. When you quiet the constant stream of thoughts, you become less reactive and more reflective. This patience allows you to approach challenges with a calm, measured mindset, rather than rushing to react out of fear or frustration. Over time, this practice helps you to cultivate a more balanced, centered approach to life. Through silence, you also learn to embrace the unknown. Many of our negative thoughts stem from a fear of uncertainty or a need for control. But inner silence teaches you to let go of this need for certainty and trust in the flow of life. By staying quiet and allowing things to unfold naturally, you reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. This acceptance of uncertainty brings a sense of peace and freedom that is deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. Inner silence is also a way to build resilience. Life is full of challenges, and the mind often reacts with worry or fear when faced with uncertainty. But by practicing silence, you create a space within yourself that remains calm and steady, no matter what is happening externally. This inner calm gives you the strength to weather life's storms without being overwhelmed by them. Silence becomes your anchor, keeping you grounded even in the face of adversity. In moments of stress or anxiety, inner silence helps you to regain control over your emotions. Instead of letting your thoughts spiral into panic, you pause and create space for stillness. This stillness allows you to observe your emotions without being consumed by them, giving you the clarity to respond from a place of calm. Over time, this practice helps to reduce the intensity of stress and anxiety, allowing you to navigate difficult situations with greater ease. The more you practice inner silence, the more you begin to notice the subtle ways in which your thoughts influence your emotions. Negative thoughts create negative feelings, while positive or neutral thoughts create a sense of calm and well-being. By staying quiet and observing your thoughts, you become more intentional about the kind of mental environment you are creating. This awareness allows you to cultivate a more positive, supportive inner dialogue that nourishes your mental and emotional health. Silence also helps you to break free from the habit of rumination. When faced with a problem or worry, the mind often loops endlessly around the issue, replaying the same thoughts over and over again. But this mental repetition only serves to increase anxiety and stress. Inner silence interrupts this cycle, giving you the space to step back from the problem and approach it with fresh eyes. This break in the mental loop allows for new insights and solutions to emerge, reducing the mental strain of overthinking. Through silence, you also learn to trust yourself more. Negative thoughts often stem from self-doubt or a lack of confidence in your own abilities. But by practicing inner stillness, you create space to connect with your inner wisdom. This connection strengthens your self-trust as you begin to recognize that you have the inner resources to handle whatever challenges come your way. Silence in this way becomes a path to greater self-confidence and empowerment. Inner silence also helps you to stay focused on your goals. The mind is easily distracted by worries, doubts, or external pressures, pulling you away from what truly matters. But when you practice silence, you quiet these distractions and stay centered on your purpose. This focus allows you to move forward with clarity and determination, making progress toward your goals without being sidetracked by negativity or fear. The practice of silence also teaches you to let go of the need for constant mental activity. In a world that values productivity and busyness, it can be difficult to quiet the mind and simply be still. But inner silence reminds you that peace and clarity come not from constant thinking, but from allowing yourself to rest in stillness. This rest is essential for mental clarity, as it gives your mind the space it needs to recharge and reset. Silence also creates room for creativity to flourish. When your mind is filled with negative thoughts or constant chatter, it becomes difficult to tap into your creative potential. But by quieting the noise, you create space for new ideas and insights to emerge. This creative flow is nourished by the stillness of inner silence, allowing you to access deeper levels of inspiration and innovation. Through the practice of inner silence, you also develop a greater sense of self-awareness. You become more attuned to the patterns of thought that influence your emotions and actions, allowing you to make more intentional choices. This awareness helps you to break free from old habits or negative thinking patterns, creating space for growth and transformation. Inner silence also helps you to cultivate gratitude. When you quiet the mind, you create space to appreciate the present moment and the simple joys of life. This appreciation helps to counterbalance the negativity that often fills our minds, replacing it with a sense of contentment and peace. Over time, this practice of gratitude becomes a natural part of your inner dialogue, creating a more positive and fulfilling mental environment. Silence is also a way to practice acceptance. Negative thoughts often arise from a resistance to what is, whether it's a situation, a feeling, or an outcome. But by practicing inner silence, you create space to accept things as they are, without the need to change or control them. This acceptance brings a sense of peace, as you learn to let go of the struggle and embrace the present moment with openness and grace. Through inner silence, you also develop a greater sense of patience. The mind often rushes from one thought to the next, seeking instant solutions or immediate gratification. But silence teaches you to slow down and be patient with yourself and with life. This patience allows you to approach challenges with a calm, steady mindset, trusting that clarity and solutions will come in their own time. Silence also helps you to cultivate compassion, both for yourself and for others. When you quiet the critical voice in your mind, you create space for kindness and understanding. This compassion helps to soften the harsh judgments we often place on ourselves and others, creating a more gentle and supportive inner dialogue. Over time, this practice of compassion extends outward, allowing you to approach others with greater empathy and kindness. In moments of uncertainty or fear, inner silence becomes a source of strength. When the mind is filled with doubt or anxiety, it can be difficult to find clarity or make decisions. But by practicing silence, you create space for stillness and reflection. This stillness helps you to reconnect with your inner wisdom, giving you the strength and confidence to move forward, even in the face of uncertainty. The practice of inner silence also helps you to develop greater emotional resilience. Life is full of challenges and setbacks, and the mind often reacts with frustration or despair when things don't go as planned. But by staying quiet and observing your thoughts without reacting, you build the emotional strength to handle difficulties with grace. This resilience allows you to navigate life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed by negativity. Through inner silence, you also learn to trust the process of life. Negative thoughts often arise from a need to control outcomes or avoid uncertainty. But by practicing silence, you let go of the need for control and embrace the flow of life as it unfolds. This trust in the process brings a sense of peace and freedom, allowing you to navigate challenges with greater ease and confidence. Silence also helps you to cultivate a deeper connection with yourself. When you quiet the noise of the outside world and turn inward, you create space to listen to your own inner voice. This connection strengthens your sense of self-awareness and self-trust, allowing you to live in alignment with your true values and desires. Through the practice of inner silence, you also develop a greater sense of mental clarity. When the mind is filled with constant chatter, it becomes difficult to think clearly or make decisions. But silence quiets the noise, creating space for clarity and insight. This clarity helps you to approach challenges with a calm, focused mind, allowing you to make decisions from a place of wisdom and understanding. Inner silence also helps you to cultivate a sense of inner peace. Negative thoughts and worries often create a sense of inner turmoil, making it difficult to feel calm or centered. But by practicing silence, you quiet the mental noise and create space for peace to emerge. This peace becomes a source of strength, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Through inner silence, you also develop a greater sense of presence. The mind often pulls you into the past or future, creating a sense of worry or regret. But silence anchors you in the present moment, allowing you to fully engage with life as it unfolds. This presence brings a sense of peace and fulfillment as you learn to appreciate the beauty and simplicity of the here and now. Finally, inner silence is a way to cultivate a deeper sense of purpose. When the mind is filled with distractions or negativity, it becomes difficult to stay connected to your true values and goals. But by practicing silence, you quiet the noise and reconnect with your deeper purpose. This connection helps you to stay focused on what truly matters, allowing you to live a life that is aligned with your values and aspirations. Through inner silence, you find the clarity, peace, and strength to navigate life with wisdom, grace, and purpose. As we've explored the profound impact of inner silence and how it shapes clarity and mental peace, it's important to understand how this silence translates to outer moments of conflict. When emotions run high and tempers flare, staying quiet can often be misinterpreted as weakness. However, Stoicism teaches us that silence in these moments is not about giving up. It's about demonstrating a level of control and strength that many fail to reach. True power lies in the ability to remain calm and composed in the face of provocation, revealing not vulnerability, but immense self-discipline. In moments of heated conflict, the impulse to defend, argue, or lash out can be overwhelming. But words spoken in anger are rarely productive. They often fuel the fire rather than extinguish it. Choosing silence in these moments shows you are not ruled by your emotions. You maintain your composure, preventing the situation from escalating further. This restraint is a powerful form of strength, as it shows mastery over your own reactions. Silence during conflict allows you to avoid saying things you'll later regret. It's easy to let frustration take over, leading to sharp, hurtful words that can't be taken back. But when you pause and remain silent, you create space for reflection. This space is critical for keeping the peace, both within yourself and with others. Silence becomes a shield that protects not just your own integrity, but also the relationship. In heated moments, silence offers you a chance to observe. You can assess the situation without the pressure to respond immediately. By staying quiet, you gather valuable insights about the other person's emotions, motives, and vulnerabilities. This understanding helps you respond in a way that is thoughtful and constructive, rather than reactive. Silence in this way becomes a tool for navigating conflict with wisdom rather than impulse. Many people equate silence with submission, but Stoicism teaches that remaining quiet during conflict is an act of strength. It shows that you are in control of yourself and do not need to prove your worth through argument or aggression. True strength comes from knowing that you don't have to win every battle. You can walk away with your dignity intact, refusing to engage in unnecessary drama. Silence becomes a sign of inner confidence. Remaining silent in stressful moments also gives the other person a chance to calm down. When both parties are emotionally charged, conflict tends to spiral out of control. But when one person chooses silence, it can de-escalate the situation, creating a moment for tempers to cool. This space allows for more productive communication once emotions have settled, making it easier to find a resolution. Silence, then, becomes a way to foster peace. In moments of conflict, silence also gives you the opportunity to control your own narrative. Instead of letting the heat of the moment define who you are or how you respond, staying quiet allows you to maintain your sense of self. You are not swayed by the opinions or provocations of others, and you refuse to let your emotions dictate your actions. This self-control is a powerful demonstration of your inner strength and resilience. When emotions are high, silence can feel uncomfortable. The urge to speak out and defend yourself is strong, but true strength lies in resisting this urge. By choosing silence, you show that you are not controlled by your emotions or by the pressure of the situation. You stand firm in your calmness, allowing the storm to pass without being swept up in it. This ability to remain silent in the face of chaos shows a deep sense of self-discipline. Silence in heated moments also prevents the conflict from spiraling into something much larger. Arguments often escalate because both parties feel the need to have the last word. But when you stay quiet, you break this cycle, refusing to contribute to the escalation. This restraint helps to keep the situation manageable, preventing it from growing into a bigger issue than it needs to be. Silence, in this way, becomes a form of damage control. Stoicism teaches that silence is a way to preserve your peace. Engaging in every conflict or argument only drains your emotional energy, leaving you feeling exhausted and frustrated. But when you choose to stay quiet, you conserve your energy for the things that truly matter. You protect your inner calm by not allowing external chaos to disrupt your sense of peace. This ability to remain centered in the face of conflict is a testament to your strength. By staying silent in moments of conflict, you also set an example for others. You show that it is possible to navigate difficult situations without resorting to anger or aggression. This calmness can inspire those around you to adopt a more measured approach to conflict, leading to more constructive and peaceful interactions. Silence, then, becomes a way to lead by example, demonstrating the power of self-control. Silence in heated moments is also a way to protect the relationship. Arguments, when fueled by anger, can cause lasting damage to even the strongest relationships. But by choosing not to engage in the heat of the moment, you prevent unnecessary harm from being done. This restraint shows that you value the relationship more than the need to be right. Over time, this practice of silence strengthens the bond, fostering trust and respect. In the heat of conflict, it's easy to become consumed by the need to defend your position. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from letting go of the need to always be right. By staying quiet, you release the desire to control the outcome of the argument. This surrender is not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. It shows that you understand the bigger picture and are willing to prioritize peace over pride. Remaining silent in moments of stress also helps you to stay connected to your values. When emotions run high, it's easy to act in ways that don't align with who you truly are. But silence gives you the space to reflect on your actions before you take them. This reflection helps you to respond in a way that is consistent with your values, ensuring that you remain true to yourself, even in the face of conflict. In moments of conflict, silence can be a form of self-respect. By choosing not to engage in petty arguments or drama, you show that you value your own peace and well-being. You refuse to let others pull you into their emotional chaos, maintaining your dignity and composure. This self-respect is a powerful form of strength, as it shows that you are in control of your own actions and emotions. Silence during heated moments also helps you to avoid becoming reactive. When emotions are high, it's easy to react impulsively, saying or doing things that you later regret. But by staying quiet, you give yourself the time to process your emotions and think before you act. This thoughtful approach helps you to respond in a way that is calm and measured, reducing the likelihood of making rash decisions. In stressful situations, silence allows you to stay focused on the bigger picture. Arguments often become about winning or proving a point, but this short-term victory can come at the cost of long-term peace. By choosing silence, you remind yourself that the goal is not to win the argument, but to maintain harmony. This perspective helps you to prioritize what truly matters, keeping the conflict in context and preventing it from consuming your energy. Silence also helps you to avoid getting caught up in the emotions of others. In moments of conflict, people often project their emotions onto those around them, trying to pull others into their emotional state. But by staying quiet, you create a boundary between yourself and their emotions. This boundary protects your own emotional state, allowing you to remain calm and composed, even when others are not. In heated moments, Silence can also be a way to protect your mental clarity. When emotions run high, it's easy to become overwhelmed and lose sight of what's important. But by staying quiet, you create space for reflection and clarity. This clarity allows you to stay focused on your goals and values, even in the midst of conflict, ensuring that you remain grounded and true to yourself. Remaining silent in moments of stress also helps you to cultivate patience. Conflict often arises when people are too quick to react, without taking the time to fully understand the situation. But silence gives you the opportunity to observe and reflect before responding. This patience allows you to approach the situation with greater wisdom, ensuring that your actions are thoughtful and measured. Silence in heated moments is also a way to protect your emotional energy. Engaging in arguments or conflicts can be emotionally draining, leaving you feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. But by choosing to stay quiet, you conserve your energy for the things that truly matter. This preservation of energy allows you to maintain your emotional well-being, even in the face of stress. By practicing silence in moments of conflict, you also strengthen your self-discipline. It takes a great deal of restraint to hold back when emotions are high, but this restraint is a sign of true strength. Over time, this practice of self-discipline helps you to become more resilient, allowing you to navigate stressful situations with greater ease and control. Silence during conflict also gives you the opportunity to reflect on the other person's perspective. When emotions are high, it's easy to become focused on your own point of view, without considering the other person's feelings or experiences. But by staying quiet, you create space to listen and understand. This understanding helps to foster empathy, allowing for a more compassionate and constructive resolution to the conflict. In moments of stress, silence can also be a way to protect your physical health. Arguments and conflicts often lead to a rise in stress levels, which can take a toll on your body over time. But by choosing to stay quiet, you reduce the physical impact of stress, allowing your body to remain calm and balanced. This practice of silence not only protects your emotional well-being, but also promotes physical health and longevity. Silence in heated moments also helps you to avoid making the situation worse. When emotions are high, it's easy to say or do things that escalate the conflict, making it more difficult to resolve. But by staying quiet, you prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. This restraint helps to keep the conflict manageable, ensuring that it can be resolved more easily. In conflict, silence can also be a way to demonstrate respect for the other person. By staying quiet and allowing them to express their emotions without interruption, you show that you value their feelings and perspective. This respect fosters a sense of mutual understanding, making it easier to find a resolution that works for both parties. By choosing silence in moments of conflict, you also create space for healing. Arguments often leave emotional wounds that take time to heal, but by staying quiet, you prevent these wounds from deepening. This silence allows both parties to step back and reflect on the situation, creating the space needed for healing and reconciliation. Silence during heated moments also helps you to avoid falling into the trap of blame. In conflict, it's easy to point fingers and assign blame, but this often leads to more conflict and resentment. By staying quiet, you avoid getting caught up in the blame game, allowing for a more constructive and solution-focused conversation. In moments of stress, silence also allows you to maintain your composure. Conflict often leads to heightened emotions, making it difficult to stay calm and centered. But by choosing silence, you create space for stillness, allowing you to remain composed and in control of your emotions. Finally, silence in moments of conflict shows that you are not ruled by your ego. The need to defend yourself or prove your point often comes from a place of ego, but by staying quiet, you demonstrate that you are not driven by this need. Instead, you prioritize peace, self-control, and wisdom, showing true strength in the face of conflict. Through silence, you find the power to rise above the chaos and maintain your inner calm, no matter what life throws your way. In life, knowing when to speak and when to stay silent is one of the most powerful skills you can master. From avoiding unnecessary conflicts to preserving your peace and controlling your inner dialogue, silence can be your greatest ally. By embracing Stoic wisdom, you can navigate through challenging situations with strength, clarity, and self-control. Sometimes, the greatest impact you can make is by saying nothing at all. If you found this video helpful, drop a comment below and share a moment when staying silent saved you from unnecessary stress or conflict. I'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. And of course, if you're ready for more powerful insights like these, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss a video. Stay grounded, stay silent when needed, and keep growing. There's a point in everyone's life when we realize that not all people we meet have our best interests at heart. Some people lift us up, inspire us, and make us better versions of ourselves. Others, however, can tear us down without us even realizing it. What's worse is that these individuals often hide behind charming smiles, convincing words, and actions that seem harmless at first. By the time we recognize the harm they cause, the damage has already been done to our peace, confidence, and well-being. The great Stoic philosophers of the past believed that a significant part of living a good life is recognizing the people around us who disrupt our peace. They taught that life is too short to be wasted on those who poison our minds and hearts with negativity, deceit, and manipulation. In a world filled with challenges, the last thing anyone needs is to be pulled down by the wrong people. It's not just about avoiding unpleasant individuals. It's about protecting your inner peace, your mental clarity, and your emotional strength. You deserve to live a life filled with clarity and calmness. But too often, we allow certain people to rob us of that peace. They may appear supportive, but their words and actions slowly chip away at our confidence. Perhaps you've noticed how certain conversations leave you feeling drained, as if the life has been sucked right out of you. Or maybe, after spending time with some individuals, you find yourself feeling anxious, agitated, or even questioning your own worth. These feelings are not coincidences. They're signs, warning signals that someone is damaging your peace. In a world that constantly challenges your patience, your resilience, and your ability to stay grounded, the company you keep plays a crucial role. The wrong people can make your burdens feel heavier, your stress more intense, and your path to happiness far more difficult. It's important to recognize that we all have limited time and energy. The relationships you maintain should nurture you, not deplete you. The Stoics believed that peace of mind is the greatest wealth a person can possess. And one of the best ways to protect that wealth is to be mindful of the people we allow into our lives. Horrible people, the ones who manipulate, deceive, and harm without remorse, are everywhere. They can be found at work, in social circles, and sometimes even within our own families. They present themselves in many forms, as the co-worker who undermines your efforts, the friend who subtly belittles your achievements, or the relative who brings constant chaos into your life. It's easy to dismiss these individuals as difficult or challenging, but the truth is, they are far more dangerous than that. They have the power to derail your personal growth, damage your emotional health, and trap you in a cycle of negativity. If left unchecked, their toxic influence can seep into every corner of your life, leaving you feeling bitter, exhausted, and hopeless. This is why the Stoics emphasize the importance of discerning who deserves a place in your life and who doesn't. At some point, Everyone encounters people who are more concerned with their own well-being than anyone else's. These people will take advantage of your kindness, manipulate your emotions, and leave you questioning yourself. They know how to play on your weaknesses and use your empathy against you. They may seem like they care, but beneath the surface, their intentions are anything but noble. But here's the empowering truth. You have the ability to spot these behaviors and protect yourself. You don't need to wait until the damage is done to recognize a horrible person. The signs are always there. You just need to learn how to see them. The Stoics understood human nature deeply, and they offered timeless wisdom on how to identify and distance yourself from those who threaten your tranquility. Let's take a moment to reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever felt that someone in your life drains you, even though they never seem to do anything outright harmful? Have you ever trusted someone only to realize later that they were manipulating you for their own gain? These aren't isolated incidents. People who operate this way are masters of subtlety. They often hide their harmful traits behind a facade of friendliness, charm, and even care. You might have told yourself that this person didn't mean it, or that it's just how they are. But deep down, you know when something isn't right. There's a difference between a friend who challenges you for your own good and one who undermines you out of insecurity or jealousy. The Stoics taught that our peace, our mental health, and our well-being are worth protecting at all costs. That means recognizing when someone's presence in your life does more harm than good. It's not about cutting people out of your life at the first sign of trouble. It's about becoming aware of patterns of behavior that repeatedly steal your energy, cause confusion, or make you doubt your own worth. The Stoics remind us that the company we keep shapes us. Just as associating with virtuous, wise individuals can uplift you, surrounding yourself with horrible, toxic people can lead you down a path of negativity and despair. We all have the power to choose who we allow into our inner circle. This isn't about arrogance or superiority. It's about self-respect and self-preservation. Life is challenging enough without letting toxic individuals make it harder. Stoicism provides us with the tools to identify these people and gives us the strength to walk away from them when necessary. Remember, walking away is not weakness, it is wisdom. Some people will never change. Their manipulation, dishonesty, and negativity are deeply ingrained in who they are. No amount of kindness or understanding will turn them into better people. The Stoics taught that we cannot control the behavior of others, but we can control our response to them. And the wisest response to a toxic person is often distance. It's about maintaining your integrity, your peace, and your well-being. Every day, you have a choice. You can choose to surround yourself with people who elevate you, who bring out the best in you, and who genuinely care about your happiness. Or you can continue allowing horrible people to disrupt your life, drain your energy, and cloud your mind. It's not always an easy decision, but it's one that you must make if you want to live a fulfilling life, free from unnecessary pain and conflict. This journey of identifying horrible people is not about creating divisions or holding grudges. It's about clarity. It's about seeing others for who they truly are and understanding the impact they have on your life. Stoicism teaches that peace is not something external to be found in perfect circumstances or ideal conditions. Peace is internal. It is something you cultivate by choosing how to respond to the world around you, including the people in it. By learning to spot toxic behaviors and distancing yourself from harmful individuals, you are taking a powerful step toward creating a life of harmony, balance, and emotional resilience. The journey begins here, with the wisdom of the Stoics as your guide. Embrace this wisdom, protect your peace, and never forget that you are deserving of relationships that uplift, support, and enrich your life. As we move forward, It's time to dive deeper into the lessons that ancient Stoics left behind, especially on how to protect ourselves from the harm that others can cause. You don't have to wait until it's too late to realize someone is damaging your life. The signs are often right there, in front of you, but without knowing what to look for, they can easily be missed. What follows now is not just a guide, it's a shield built on the wisdom of Stoicism to help you guard your peace against those who bring chaos into your life. Let's explore how you can spot these harmful individuals so you can choose wisely who to keep close. Some people hide their toxicity in subtle ways, but one thing is for sure, their presence leaves you feeling uneasy. Whether through words or actions, they always find a way to stir something negative within you. It's the uneasy feeling after a conversation or the tension that lingers after their visit. These are early signs of a deeper problem, and the Stoics were quick to point out that your peace is worth more than trying to figure out these emotional puzzles. Trust that instinct when it tells you someone is not good for your well-being. At the heart of every toxic individual lies manipulation. They are masters at twisting situations to suit their needs. What's dangerous about this trait is that it's not always obvious. They might present themselves as helpful, but their kindness comes with strings attached. You start to notice how you always end up doing things for them, even when it's not in your best interest. These are the people who bend situations to their favor, leaving you wondering how you got caught up in their plans. Recognizing this early will save you from their web of control. Their manipulation often goes hand in hand with deceit. Dishonesty is a clear mark of someone who cannot be trusted. They twist the truth, sometimes in small ways that seem insignificant at first, but lies compound. The Stoics taught that integrity is at the core of any meaningful relationship, and when someone repeatedly shows dishonesty, no matter how minor, it erodes the trust that forms the foundation of human connections. Lies, no matter how small, are like cracks in a wall. Ignore them, and they'll eventually bring the whole structure down. Another hallmark of a harmful person is their need for constant attention. Everything always seems to revolve around them. In every conversation, they find a way to bring the focus back to their struggles, their opinions, their life. This behavior reveals a deep self-centeredness, and while it may not always seem harmful on the surface, over time it becomes draining. There's no room for you to express yourself because they are always more important. This imbalance can slowly make you feel invisible and unheard. Those who thrive on conflict are also dangerous to your peace. Whether it's creating drama where none exists or feeding off existing tension, these individuals are disruptive forces in your life. They enjoy stirring up arguments, gossiping, or pitting people against each other. Conflict gives them a sense of power, and if you're not careful, you'll find yourself dragged into their storms. The Stoics believed in maintaining inner calm and avoiding unnecessary quarrels, but with these individuals, calmness is the last thing on their minds. Control is something that toxic people crave. They want to dictate how you should think, act, and feel. Sometimes it's subtle, an unsolicited piece of advice here, a comment on how you should live your life there. Other times, it's more overt, like trying to tell you who you should or shouldn't spend time with. This desire to control isn't about caring for you. It's about satisfying their own need for dominance. The Stoics valued personal autonomy, and anyone who tries to strip that away from you is not someone you should keep close. Envy is another trait that defines a horrible person. They are never happy for the successes of others, especially yours. Instead of celebrating your achievements, they may downplay them, dismiss them, or even feel threatened by them. Envy reveals a deeper insecurity within them, and their inability to be genuinely happy for others is a red flag. The Stoics warned against the dangers of envy because it breeds resentment and unhappiness, poisoning not only the envious person, but everyone around them. These people also have a way of making you feel guilty for things that are not your fault. They use guilt as a weapon to control you, to make you feel as though you owe them something. Whether it's making you feel bad for setting boundaries or for not doing what they want, guilt is their tool of manipulation. Stoicism teaches that guilt, when unwarranted, is a burden you should never carry. When you start noticing someone using guilt to influence your actions, it's a clear sign they are not good for your well-being. Another toxic behavior is the inability to respect your boundaries. Horrible people often push past your limits, whether it's demanding more of your time, energy, or resources than you can give. They expect you to always be available for them, regardless of your own needs or circumstances. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of boundaries, of knowing where your responsibility ends and another's begins. Those who cannot respect your boundaries are, in essence, disrespecting you. These people often thrive on negativity. They always have something bad to say, whether it's about others, the world, or life in general. Their negative energy is infectious, and over time, it starts to affect your own outlook. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on the things within our control, and one of those things is the company we keep. By surrounding yourself with negative people, you allow their pessimism to seep into your own life, robbing you of the ability to stay positive and hopeful. One of the more subtle ways toxic individuals reveal themselves is through backhanded compliments. They may appear to praise you, but there's always a sting hidden in their words. These comments leave you feeling confused. Was it a compliment, or was it an insult? This passive-aggressive behavior is a way for them to undermine your confidence while appearing supportive on the surface. The Stoics valued honesty in speech, and anyone who engages in this kind of behavior is not being genuine. Emotionally unstable people are also dangerous. Their moods swing wildly, and you never know what to expect. One day they're your best friend, and the next they're cold and distant. This unpredictability keeps you on edge, never knowing when the next outburst will come. Stoicism teaches us to remain steady in the face of life's ups and downs, but emotionally unstable individuals make that difficult. They drag you into their emotional chaos, leaving you feeling drained and anxious. Gaslighting is another tool in the arsenal of horrible people. They make you doubt your reality, convincing you that what you experienced didn't actually happen, or that your feelings are invalid. This kind of manipulation is particularly harmful because it erodes your sense of self. Stoicism teaches that your perception of the world is yours alone and should not be controlled by others. When someone tries to manipulate your understanding of reality, it's time to distance yourself. These people often thrive in environments where they can dominate. Whether it's at work, within social circles, or even in relationships, they seek to control the narrative, ensuring that they come out on top. They might downplay your successes or take credit for your ideas, always positioning themselves as the one in charge. The Stoics believed that true leadership comes from humility and service to others, not from a desire for dominance. Recognizing this need for control can help you avoid getting caught in their power games. Another common behavior is deflection. When confronted with their own mistakes or wrongdoings, they will quickly shift the blame onto others. They refuse to take responsibility, instead making you feel as though you are the one at fault. This lack of accountability is a sign of deep immaturity and selfishness. The Stoics believed in taking full responsibility for one's actions, and those who cannot do so are dangerous to your peace. There's also a pattern of people who only show up when they need something from you. They're never around during your tough times, but as soon as they need help, they're quick to call. This kind of one-sided relationship is draining and unfair. Stoicism teaches that relationships should be built on mutual respect and support, not on one person constantly taking from the other. These individuals often project their insecurities onto you. If they feel inadequate in some area of their life, they will try to make you feel the same way. It's a way for them to make themselves feel better by bringing others down. The Stoics believed in cultivating self-awareness and personal growth, but toxic people are too focused on their own insecurities to allow for growth. Instead, they try to keep others at their level, preventing you from reaching your full potential. Horrible people also have a way of making you feel small, whether it's through subtle comments, dismissive gestures, or outright insults. They aim to chip away at your self-esteem. They do this because they feel threatened by your potential, and the only way they can maintain control is by keeping you down. The Stoics taught that true confidence comes from within, and anyone who seeks to undermine that is not someone you need in your life. In conversations, they often interrupt or talk over you, showing a clear disregard for your thoughts and opinions. This lack of respect is a sign of their belief that they are more important than you. Stoicism values the exchange of ideas and mutual respect, and when someone repeatedly shuts you down in conversations, it's a sign they don't value what you have to say. A toxic person will often play the victim. No matter what happens, they are always the one who has been wronged, and they expect you to feel sorry for them. This manipulation tactic is designed to make you feel guilty and to ensure that you continue to cater to their needs. Stoicism teaches that we are responsible for how we react to the events in our lives, and those who refuse to take responsibility for their own happiness are not living according to these principles. These people also have a habit of isolating you from others. They might discourage you from spending time with certain friends or family members, subtly implying that they are the only ones who truly care about you. This isolation gives them more control over you and leaves you without the support of others. Stoicism teaches that community and relationships are vital to a good life, and anyone who tries to sever those connections is not acting in your best interest. In many cases, toxic individuals will test your boundaries early on to see how much they can get away with. They may ask for small favors, push for more time or energy than you're comfortable giving, and see how you respond. If you don't push back, they will continue to take more and more. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of setting and maintaining boundaries to protect your peace, and anyone who continually tests those boundaries is not someone who respects you. When you achieve success, horrible people will often downplay it or dismiss it entirely. Instead of celebrating with you, they may make comments like, "It's not that big of a deal," or "Anyone could have done that." This behavior stems from their own insecurity and jealousy. The Stoics believed in finding joy in the successes of others, and those who cannot do so are caught in their own misery. These individuals often lack empathy. They are incapable of putting themselves in your shoes and understanding how their actions affect you. This lack of empathy makes it easy for them to hurt others without feeling remorse. Stoicism teaches that empathy is key to maintaining harmonious relationships, and those who lack it are unable to form meaningful connections. Another tactic they use is triangulation, where they involve a third person in your conflicts to make you feel isolated and outnumbered. This strategy is designed to create confusion and make you doubt yourself. The Stoics valued clarity and simplicity in relationships, and triangulation is a clear violation of those principles. Horrible people also have a tendency to be passive-aggressive. Instead of addressing issues directly, they express their frustrations through backhanded comments, sarcasm, or silent treatment. This indirect form of communication is designed to create tension without offering a resolution. Stoicism teaches that open and honest communication is the key to resolving conflicts, and passive aggression is the opposite of that. They also tend to be incredibly defensive. Any criticism, no matter how constructive, is met with anger, denial, or excuses. This defensiveness makes it impossible to have a productive conversation with them about their behavior. The Stoics believed in embracing criticism as a tool for personal growth, and those who are unable to accept it are hindering their own development. You may also notice that horrible people are often unreliable. They make promises they don't keep, show up late, or cancel plans at the last minute. This lack of reliability is a sign that they do not value your time or your relationship. Stoicism teaches that we should honor our commitments, and those who fail to do so repeatedly are not acting with integrity. Their negativity extends to their worldview as well. They often see the worst in everything and everyone, constantly focusing on what's wrong rather than what's right. This pessimism is contagious and can quickly bring down your own mood. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and to maintain a positive outlook, even in challenging times. Surrounding yourself with negative people makes it harder to live according to these principles. Another behavior to watch for is their tendency to use your vulnerabilities against you. They remember the things you've shared with them in moments of trust, and they bring them up later to hurt you or gain the upper hand in an argument. This betrayal of trust is a clear sign of a toxic person. The Stoics believed in building relationships on trust and mutual respect, and anyone who violates that trust is not worthy of your time or energy. These people often refuse to acknowledge your feelings. When you express how something made you feel, they dismiss it or tell you that you're overreacting. This lack of emotional validation is a form of manipulation designed to make you question your own emotions. Stoicism teaches that our emotions are valid and deserve to be acknowledged, and those who refuse to do so are not acting in good faith. Horrible people also have a tendency to hold grudges. Instead of resolving conflicts and moving forward, they hold on to past wrongs and bring them up whenever it benefits them. This inability to forgive and move on is a sign of immaturity and bitterness. The Stoics believed in letting go of the past and focusing on the present, and those who cling to grudges are unable to live in harmony with that principle. You may also notice that they thrive on chaos. Whether it's in their personal life or in their relationships, there is always some sort of crisis or drama unfolding. They seem to be constantly surrounded by conflict, and they often bring that chaos into your life as well. The Stoics valued order and calm, and those who thrive on chaos are disruptive to that way of life. One of the most telling signs of a horrible person is their refusal to accept help. Even when they clearly need assistance, they will reject it out of pride or stubbornness. This refusal to accept help is often a sign of deeper issues with control and vulnerability. The Stoics believed in the importance of community and mutual support, and those who refuse help are rejecting the very foundation of meaningful relationships. Finally, horrible people often lack gratitude. They take the good things in their life for granted and are never truly satisfied with what they have. This lack of appreciation extends to their relationships as well, as they fail to show gratitude for the people who care for them. Stoicism teaches that gratitude is key to a fulfilling life, and those who lack it are incapable of finding true happiness. Each of these behaviors is a red flag, a sign that someone in your life is not acting in your best interest. The Stoics believed that our relationships should bring us peace, support, and growth. When someone consistently displays these harmful traits, it's time to step back and protect your peace. Your well-being depends on the company you keep, and by identifying these toxic behaviors, you can ensure that you surround yourself with people who uplift and inspire you. As we leave behind the toxic traits that people carry, it's crucial to understand the deeper reasons why the Stoics were so adamant about distancing ourselves from those who drain us emotionally. We've touched on manipulation, dishonesty, and other harmful behaviors, but now it's time to focus on something more insidious: negativity and judgment. Stoic wisdom teaches that the company we keep has a profound effect on our mental state, and if that company is filled with negativity, it slowly chips away at our peace. What follows will explain why Stoicism warns us so strongly against associating with negative, judgmental people, and how to protect ourselves from the damage they cause. Negativity is like a fog that clouds every situation. The people who constantly see the worst in everything carry that fog with them, and before long, it seeps into your own perspective. They have an incredible ability to turn hope into doubt, success into failure, and peace into discomfort. This effect isn't always immediate, but over time, it builds. Being around someone who always focuses on what's wrong can slowly drain your spirit, pulling you into their bleak worldview. The Stoics remind us to stay grounded in reality, but when surrounded by negativity, reality itself starts to feel darker than it actually is. Judgmental individuals are no better. Their constant criticism not only affects how they view others, but also how they make you view yourself. When someone is always pointing out the flaws in others, it's easy to internalize their judgments. Even if those criticisms aren't directed at you, they create an atmosphere of hostility and self-doubt. Stoicism encourages self-reflection and personal growth, but judgmental people stifle that by making you question every move you make. Their harsh words become the inner voice that questions your worth. Negative people are not just passive observers of life, they actively seek out what's wrong in the world and in others. When you surround yourself with these individuals, you start to carry the same burden. It becomes harder to find joy, harder to be optimistic, and harder to see the potential in situations. Their constant complaints become the soundtrack of your life, and it becomes difficult to hear anything else. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on what we can control, but negative people distract us from that, pulling our focus to everything outside our control, to everything that could go wrong. Judgment comes with an air of superiority. People who judge others harshly often see themselves as being above those they criticize. This false sense of superiority can rub off on you. You might start adopting their mindset, finding flaws in others instead of focusing on your own growth. This is a dangerous path to walk because it distances you from empathy and understanding, core values that the Stoics held dear. By allowing judgmental people to influence you, you risk losing sight of what really matters: compassion, humility, and the pursuit of wisdom. Negativity also has a contagious effect. It's easy to get pulled into a cycle of pessimism when you're constantly exposed to it. Someone else's bad mood, complaints, and hopeless outlook can transfer to you without you even realizing it. Before long, you find yourself echoing their thoughts, focusing on the negative aspects of your own life, even if things were going well before. This is why the Stoics emphasized the importance of guarding your mind. Letting negativity take root in your thoughts can destroy the peace you've worked so hard to build. Judgmental people have a unique way of draining your energy. It's exhausting to be around someone who is constantly criticizing others or finding fault in every situation. You end up walking on eggshells, trying not to trigger their next complaint or judgment. Stoicism teaches us to maintain our emotional energy, to not be swept away by things outside our control. But judgmental people are experts at pulling you into their vortex, making you question not just others, but yourself as well. Negativity can distort your perception of the world. Instead of seeing challenges as opportunities, you begin to see them as obstacles too big to overcome. When you're constantly surrounded by complaints and pessimism, It's difficult to maintain the Stoic mindset of resilience and adaptability. Your mind becomes clouded, and soon even the smallest setbacks feel insurmountable. This is why Stoics were so insistent on avoiding negative individuals. They hinder your ability to respond rationally and calmly to life's difficulties. The longer you spend in the company of negative, judgmental people, the more you start to internalize their worldview. Their doubts become your doubts, their fears your fears. What once felt like a strong sense of self gets chipped away, piece by piece, until you no longer recognize your own thoughts. Stoicism calls us to stand firm in our principles, to trust our own judgment and not be swayed by the opinions of others. But judgmental people make that nearly impossible, constantly forcing their opinions onto you until they overshadow your own. One of the most damaging aspects of associating with negative people is how they undermine your sense of possibility. The Stoics believed in focusing on what we can control and striving to better ourselves in every situation. Negative people do the opposite. They constantly remind you of the barriers, the limitations, and the impossibility of change. Over time, this mindset can rob you of your drive to improve, your hope for the future, and your belief in your own potential. Judgmental individuals often create an environment of competition and comparison. They measure themselves, and everyone else, by impossible standards. When you spend time with people like this, you start to feel like you're never enough. The Stoics taught that self-worth comes from within, not from how you compare to others. But judgmental people make it hard to keep that perspective, constantly shifting your focus to external validation and shallow measures of success. Negativity often disguises itself as realism. Negative people will tell you they're just being real or practical, but in reality, they're masking their pessimism as wisdom. The Stoics, however, drew a clear line between being realistic and being negative. They acknowledged life's challenges, but refused to dwell on them or let them define their outlook. Negative people, on the other hand, thrive in a world of what can't be done, what won't work, and what will inevitably go wrong. Being around judgmental people leads to a constant feeling of being evaluated. Their gaze is always critical, always searching for something to critique. This creates a sense of pressure to meet their standards, to constantly prove yourself worthy in their eyes. But Stoicism teaches that we should live according to our own principles, not the fleeting judgments of others. Allowing judgmental people into your life makes it difficult to stay true to yourself, as their criticisms start to shape your decisions. The energy it takes to deal with negative people is energy that could be spent on your own growth. Every moment you spend trying to lift their spirits or defend yourself against their judgments is a moment taken away from your own journey toward peace and wisdom. Stoicism reminds us that our energy is finite, and we should be mindful of how we use it. Negative and judgmental people drain that energy, leaving little for the things that truly matter. Judgmental people also have a way of sowing seeds of doubt in your mind. Their constant critiques can make you question your own decisions, even when you were once confident in them. The Stoics believed in trusting your own judgment, in making decisions based on reason and virtue. But when you're surrounded by judgmental voices, it becomes harder to hear your own. Their doubts become your doubts, and soon you're second-guessing even the simplest choices. Negative people often have a way of exaggerating problems. What might be a small inconvenience to someone else becomes a major disaster in their eyes. This constant magnification of problems makes life feel heavier, more stressful, and more complicated than it needs to be. The Stoics believed in keeping things simple, in focusing on solutions rather than dwelling on problems. But negative people do the opposite, making every issue feel like an unsolvable crisis. Judgmental individuals are often rigid in their thinking. They see the world in black and white, with little room for nuance or understanding. This inflexibility can make it difficult to have meaningful conversations or resolve conflicts with them. The Stoics valued open-mindedness and adaptability, recognizing that life is full of complexities. But judgmental people are stuck in their narrow perspectives, unwilling to consider other viewpoints. One of the most insidious effects of negativity is how it affects your ability to enjoy life's simple pleasures. When you're constantly exposed to complaints, criticism, and pessimism, even moments of joy can feel tainted. It becomes harder to appreciate the good things in life when someone is always pointing out what's wrong. The Stoics taught that happiness comes from appreciating what we have, from being content with the present moment. But negative people make it hard to hold on to that contentment. Judgmental people often hold others to impossible standards, standards that they themselves can never meet. This hypocrisy is frustrating to deal with because they rarely see their own flaws. The Stoics believed in self-reflection and humility, in recognizing our own imperfections before criticizing others. But judgmental people lack this self-awareness, making it difficult to engage with them in any meaningful way. Negativity has a way of creeping into your mindset, even when you try to resist it. The more time you spend with negative people, the more their worldview starts to shape your own. It becomes harder to stay optimistic, harder to maintain hope, and harder to find joy in the everyday moments of life. Stoicism teaches that we should cultivate a positive outlook, focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. But negative people challenge that mindset, making it difficult to stay grounded in optimism. Judgmental individuals thrive on creating a sense of division. They separate people into categories, those who meet their standards and those who don't. This creates an atmosphere of exclusion where only a select few are deemed worthy of their approval. The Stoics believed in unity and common humanity, in recognizing that we are all connected. But judgmental people create barriers, dividing rather than bringing people together. Negative people are often resistant to change. They see every new opportunity as a potential threat, every shift as something to be feared. This resistance to change can hold you back from growth and progress, as their fear becomes your own. Stoicism teaches that change is a natural part of life, something to be embraced rather than feared. But negative people resist that, clinging to the familiar even when it no longer serves them. Judgmental people also tend to be unforgiving. They hold on to past mistakes, both their own and others, and refuse to let go. This creates a sense of tension and unresolved conflict, making it difficult to move forward in relationships. The Stoics believed in the power of forgiveness, in letting go of past grievances in order to find peace. But judgmental people are stuck in the past, unable to move beyond their criticisms. One of the more subtle ways negative people affect you is through their constant pessimism about the future. They always expect the worst, and over time, you start to share that expectation. The Stoics taught that we should prepare for adversity, but not live in fear of it. Negative people, however, live in constant fear, and their anxiety about the future becomes contagious. Judgmental individuals also tend to lack empathy. They are quick to judge, but slow to understand the reasons behind someone's actions. This lack of empathy creates a cold and distant atmosphere, making it difficult to connect with them on a deeper level. The Stoics believed in compassion and understanding, in seeing things from another's perspective. But judgmental people are incapable of that, leaving little room for genuine connection. Negative people often have a way of turning even good news into something bad. No matter how positive a situation may seem, they will find a way to focus on the downside. This constant focus on the negative makes it difficult to celebrate wins or enjoy successes. The Stoics taught that we should celebrate the good in life, no matter how small. But negative people rob you of that joy, always finding a way to bring you back down. Judgmental individuals also tend to be impatient. They expect perfection from others and have little tolerance for mistakes. This creates a stressful environment where you feel like you're constantly walking on eggshells, trying to meet their impossible standards. The Stoics believed in patience and understanding, in allowing room for error as a natural part of life. But judgmental people demand perfection, making it impossible to feel at ease around them. Negative people often dismiss optimism as naivete. They see hope as unrealistic and positivity as a weakness. This dismissive attitude makes it difficult to maintain your own positive outlook, as they constantly undermine it with their pessimism. The Stoics believed in the power of optimism, in maintaining hope even in the face of adversity. But negative people challenge that, making it harder to hold on to your own sense of hope. Judgmental individuals are also quick to gossip. They thrive on discussing the flaws and mistakes of others, spreading negativity wherever they go. This behavior creates a toxic atmosphere where no one feels safe from their criticism. The Stoics believed in speaking with purpose and integrity, in avoiding harmful gossip. But judgmental people make it difficult to maintain that principle, as they constantly pull you into their cycle of criticism. Negative people also have a way of diminishing your achievements. No matter how hard you've worked or how far you've come, they will find a way to downplay your success. This constant belittling makes it difficult to feel proud of your accomplishments, as their negativity overshadows your achievements. The Stoics taught that we should find pride in our efforts, regardless of external validation. But negative people make it hard to hold on to that pride. Judgmental individuals often lack self-awareness. They are quick to point out the flaws in others, but rarely take the time to reflect on their own behavior. This lack of self-awareness creates a one-sided dynamic, where they are always right and everyone else is wrong. The Stoics believed in constant self-reflection and personal growth, in acknowledging our own flaws before criticizing others. But judgmental people are incapable of that, making it difficult to engage with them in a meaningful way. Negative people are often unwilling to try new things. They are set in their ways and resistant to anything that challenges their worldview. This stubbornness limits their ability to grow and adapt, and it can hold you back as well if you're constantly exposed to it. The Stoics believed in embracing new experiences and opportunities for growth, but negative people resist that, creating a stagnant environment that hinders progress. Judgmental individuals often make you feel like you're constantly being watched. Their critical gaze is always on you, evaluating your every move. This creates a sense of pressure to perform, to meet their expectations, even when those expectations are unreasonable. The Stoics taught that we should live according to our own values, not the judgments of others. But judgmental people make it difficult to do so, as their constant evaluations weigh heavily on your mind. Negative people often have a way of turning small problems into major crises. They blow things out of proportion, making every issue seem larger and more difficult than it really is. This creates a sense of overwhelm as you start to see every challenge as insurmountable. The Stoics believed in keeping things in perspective, in not allowing small problems to disrupt your peace. But negative people make that difficult, as their constant catastrophizing clouds your ability to stay calm. Judgmental individuals often lack flexibility. They are set in their ways and unwilling to consider other perspectives or approaches. This rigidity makes it difficult to find common ground or resolve conflicts with them. The Stoics believed in adaptability, in being open to change and new ideas. But judgmental people resist that, creating an environment of stubbornness and conflict. Negative people also have a tendency to focus on what's missing rather than what's present. They are always looking for what they don't have, what they haven't achieved, and what's lacking in their lives. This constant focus on scarcity makes it difficult to feel content, even when things are going well. The Stoics taught that contentment comes from appreciating what we have, not from dwelling on what we lack. But negative people make it hard to hold on to that sense of gratitude. Judgmental individuals also tend to be critical of things they don't understand. Instead of trying to learn or gain a new perspective, they dismiss anything that doesn't fit into their narrow worldview. This lack of curiosity creates a sense of limitation, as they refuse to expand their understanding or consider new ideas. The Stoics believed in the importance of learning and growth, in being open to new experiences and knowledge. But judgmental people reject that, creating an environment of stagnation. Negative people often have a way of making you feel like you're always falling short. No matter how much you accomplish or how hard you work, it's never enough for them. This constant sense of inadequacy weighs on you, making it difficult to feel proud of your efforts. The Stoics taught that we should find fulfillment in our own progress, not in the approval of others. But negative people make it hard to hold on to that fulfillment, as their constant criticism undermines your sense of accomplishment. Judgmental individuals also tend to be unforgiving of mistakes, both their own and others. They hold on to past wrongs and refuse to let go, creating an atmosphere of tension and unresolved conflict. The Stoics believed in the power of forgiveness, in letting go of past grievances in order to find peace. But judgmental people are stuck in the past, unable to move beyond their criticisms and grudges. Negative people also have a tendency to focus on the worst-case scenario. They are always imagining the worst possible outcome, even when there's no reason to believe things will go wrong. This constant focus on potential disaster makes it difficult to stay optimistic or hopeful. The Stoics taught that we should prepare for adversity, but not live in fear of it. But negative people live in a constant state of fear, and their anxiety about the future becomes contagious. Judgmental individuals often have a way of creating distance between themselves and others. Their constant criticism and lack of empathy make it difficult to form genuine connections. Over time, this distance creates a sense of isolation as they push people away with their harsh judgments. The Stoics believed in the importance of community and connection, in building relationships based on mutual respect and understanding. But judgmental people make that difficult, as their constant evaluations and criticisms create barriers instead of bridges. Negative people also have a way of draining your energy. Their constant complaints, pessimism, and focus on what's wrong make it difficult to stay energized or motivated. Over time, their negativity becomes exhausting, leaving you feeling depleted and worn out. The Stoics taught that we should guard our energy, focusing it on things that bring us peace and fulfillment. But negative people drain that energy, leaving little for the things that truly matter. Each of these behaviors, whether rooted in negativity or judgment, has a profound impact on your mental and emotional well-being. The Stoics understood that the people we surround ourselves with shape our perspective, our mindset, and our sense of peace. By allowing negative and judgmental individuals into your life, you risk losing the calm and clarity that Stoicism encourages. The solution is clear: distance yourself from these harmful influences and protect the peace you've worked so hard to cultivate. Having explored how negative and judgmental individuals drain your energy and disturb your inner peace, we now turn to another kind of threat that Stoicism warns us about: those who manipulate. Manipulative people can often disguise themselves as friends, appearing kind and supportive, but behind that facade lies their true intent: control. This next section delves into the subtle ways these people operate, using your emotions, trust, and kindness against you. It's crucial to learn how to identify these manipulative behaviors early, so you can protect your well-being before their influence takes root. Let's explore how you can spot manipulation and defend yourself using Stoic wisdom. Manipulative people often present themselves as the ultimate friend, always there to offer advice or lend a hand, but beneath their generosity lies an agenda. Their help isn't freely given, it comes with expectations. Whether it's through favors, emotional support, or even financial assistance, they create a sense of debt that leaves you feeling obligated to return the favor, even when it goes against your own interests. Stoicism teaches that true friendship is based on mutual respect and freedom, not on obligations or hidden motives. When someone offers help, only to remind you of it later, it's a sign that their intentions were never genuine. A manipulator's greatest weapon is emotional influence. They are skilled at playing with your feelings to get what they want, often making you feel guilty for not doing things their way. If you ever find yourself feeling pressured to act out of guilt rather than your own will, it's likely that you're dealing with manipulation. The Stoics remind us that our emotions are within our control, and anyone who tries to manipulate those emotions is trying to control more than they should. Manipulative people use this tactic to weaken your resolve, making it harder to stand firm in your decisions. One of the clearest signs of manipulation is inconsistency. A manipulator may switch between being overly friendly and distant, depending on what serves their agenda. One day they're showering you with praise, and the next they're cold and unresponsive. This roller coaster of behavior keeps you off balance, making you more likely to seek their approval. Stoicism values emotional stability, both within yourself and in your relationships. When someone's behavior constantly fluctuates without clear reason, it's a sign that they're trying to control how you perceive them and how you respond. Manipulators also have a way of using your vulnerabilities against you. They listen carefully to your fears, insecurities, and struggles, but instead of offering genuine support, they store that information to use later. When it suits their needs, they subtly remind you of your weaknesses, planting seeds of doubt that make you more dependent on their guidance. Stoicism teaches us to embrace our flaws with honesty and to grow from them, not to allow others to exploit them for their gain. If someone uses your past or your fears to influence your decisions, they are manipulating you. Another common tactic manipulators use is creating false urgency. They often present situations as emergencies, demanding immediate action from you, even when there's no real need for it. This sense of urgency is designed to prevent you from thinking things through or making decisions based on reason. The Stoics emphasize the importance of rational decision-making, of taking time to reflect before acting. When someone pushes you to act hastily, it's often because they don't want you to see the full picture. Manipulators often disguise their demands as concern. They may say they're just looking out for you, but in reality, they're trying to steer you in a direction that benefits them. They might frame their requests as being in your best interest, but the truth is, it's their interests they're protecting. Stoicism teaches us to look beyond the surface of words and actions, to seek out the truth hidden beneath appearances. When someone's concern consistently leads you away from your own goals or needs, it's likely manipulation at play. One of the subtler forms of manipulation is flattery. While compliments are a natural part of healthy relationships, manipulators use them strategically. They flatter you not because they genuinely admire you, but because they know it will make you more susceptible to their influence. This false praise is meant to lower your defenses, making you more likely to agree to their requests or overlook their questionable behavior. Stoicism reminds us to be wary of external validation, to seek approval from within rather than relying on others' opinions. When flattery feels excessive or insincere, it's often a tool of manipulation. Manipulators are also skilled at shifting blame. Whenever something goes wrong, they deflect responsibility onto others, often onto you. This tactic keeps them in control by making you feel at fault, even when you've done nothing wrong. They want you to believe that their mistakes are yours, that their failures are a reflection of your actions. Stoicism teaches us to take responsibility for our own choices and actions, but also to recognize when others are unfairly placing their burdens on us. If you frequently feel like you're being blamed for things outside your control, you're likely being manipulated. Another way manipulators operate is through isolation. They may subtly encourage you to distance yourself from other friends or family, creating an environment where they are your primary source of support. This isolation makes it easier for them to control your thoughts and actions because they know you have fewer people to turn to for a second opinion. The Stoics valued community and the wisdom that comes from surrounding yourself with a variety of perspectives. When someone tries to limit your connections, it's often because they don't want you to see the truth of their intentions. Manipulators also use confusion to maintain control. They may give you conflicting information or change their story repeatedly, making it difficult for you to understand what's really going on. This tactic keeps you off balance, unsure of what to believe or how to act. The Stoics emphasized clarity of mind, the importance of seeing things as they truly are. When someone's words and actions create more confusion than clarity, it's a sign they're manipulating the situation for their benefit. Gaslighting is one of the most harmful forms of manipulation. This involves making you doubt your own perceptions, memories, or feelings. A manipulator will deny things they've said or done, making you question your sanity. Over time, this erodes your confidence and sense of reality, making you more reliant on their version of events. Stoicism teaches that our perceptions are our own, and we should trust them rather than allow others to distort them. If someone consistently makes you feel like you can't trust your own mind, they are manipulating you. Manipulative people often play the victim to gain sympathy and control. They may exaggerate their own struggles or hardships to make you feel guilty for not helping them. This tactic preys on your empathy, making you feel responsible for their well-being. Stoicism teaches that while we should be compassionate, we are not responsible for solving others' problems at the expense of our own peace. When someone frequently positions themselves as the victim in every situation, it's a sign they're trying to manipulate your emotions. Another common tactic is selective kindness. Manipulators will be incredibly generous and thoughtful at times, but only when it serves their purpose. This intermittent kindness keeps you hooked, making you believe that they're a good person despite their manipulative behavior. Stoicism teaches us to look at patterns, not isolated actions, when evaluating someone's character. If someone's kindness feels calculated rather than genuine, it's likely a form of manipulation designed to keep you in their control. Manipulators also thrive on creating conflict. They may stir up drama between you and others, all while positioning themselves as the mediator or peacemaker. This creates a sense of dependency as you start to rely on them to resolve the very conflicts they created. The Stoics valued harmony and peaceful relationships, and anyone who consistently brings chaos into your life is working against those principles. If someone always seems to be at the center of conflict, it's likely because they're using it to manipulate the dynamics of your relationships. One of the most damaging forms of manipulation is when someone undermines your confidence. They may do this subtly, through backhanded compliments, or by questioning your decisions. Over time, this erosion of confidence makes you more reliant on their guidance as you start to doubt your own abilities. Stoicism teaches that confidence comes from self-knowledge and inner strength, not from the approval of others. When someone constantly makes you feel unsure of yourself, It's a sign that they're manipulating your sense of self-worth. Manipulators are also skilled at making you feel like your boundaries are unreasonable. They may push against your limits, testing how far they can go, and when you try to assert yourself, they make you feel guilty or selfish. This constant pushing of boundaries is a clear sign of manipulation, as they are trying to control how much you give and how much they can take. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining firm boundaries to protect your peace. When someone tries to make you feel bad for setting boundaries, they are manipulating you. Another tactic is the use of ambiguity. Manipulators rarely give you clear answers or commitments, keeping you in a state of uncertainty. This ambiguity prevents you from making informed decisions and keeps you dependent on them for direction. The Stoics valued clarity and decisiveness, believing that uncertainty breeds confusion and anxiety. When someone consistently avoids giving you clear answers, it's likely because they want to keep you in a state of uncertainty where they can maintain control. Manipulative people often use charm to disarm you. They may be incredibly charismatic, making it difficult to see their true intentions. Their charm can make you overlook red flags as you become blinded by their likability. The Stoics teach that charm is often superficial and should not be mistaken for true character. When someone's charm seems to mask deeper issues, it's a sign that they're using it as a tool for manipulation. Another form of manipulation is withholding information. Manipulators will often keep you in the dark about important details, knowing that your lack of knowledge gives them power over you. By controlling the flow of information, they can influence your decisions without you even realizing it. Stoicism teaches the importance of knowledge and understanding in making wise choices. When someone withholds information from you, it's a clear sign that they're trying to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Manipulators also use triangulation, a tactic where they involve a third person in your relationship to create tension or competition. This can make you feel like you're constantly being compared to others or that you have to fight for their approval. The Stoics valued simplicity and directness in relationships, and anyone who complicates matters by involving others is likely trying to manipulate your emotions and behavior. Another sign of manipulation is when someone makes you feel like you're the only one who can help them. They may present their problems as so unique or difficult that no one else could possibly understand or offer assistance. This creates a sense of obligation, making you feel responsible for their well-being. Stoicism teaches that while we should be compassionate, we are not responsible for solving others' problems at the expense of our own peace. When someone makes you feel like their savior, it's often a form of manipulation designed to keep you tethered to them. Manipulators often use promises of future rewards to keep you engaged. They may talk about all the great things they'll do for you in the future, but those promises rarely materialize. This tactic keeps you hopeful and invested in the relationship, even when it's not serving your needs. The Stoics emphasized living in the present and not being swayed by promises of future gain. When someone's actions don't match their promises, it's a sign that they're using those promises to manipulate you. Another tactic is feigned helplessness. Manipulators may pretend to be incapable of handling certain tasks or responsibilities, forcing you to step in and take over. This creates a dynamic where you are constantly doing things for them, even when they're perfectly capable of doing them themselves. Stoicism teaches that we should take responsibility for our own lives, and anyone who refuses to do so is trying to shift that responsibility onto you. Manipulative people also use scarcity as a tool. They may withhold their time, affection, or attention, making you feel like you have to earn it. This creates a sense of insecurity as you start to believe that you must constantly prove yourself to gain their approval. Stoicism teaches that true relationships are based on mutual respect and generosity, not on making the other person feel like they have to fight for your affection. Manipulators are also experts at making you feel like you're overreacting. When you try to address their behavior, they may dismiss your concerns, telling you that you're being too sensitive or dramatic. This gaslighting tactic makes you question your own emotions and instincts, leaving you unsure of whether your feelings are valid. Stoicism teaches that our emotions are real and should not be dismissed or minimized. When someone consistently makes you feel like your reactions are unreasonable, they are manipulating you. Another sign of manipulation is when someone tries to control your time. They may demand your attention or presence at inconvenient times, leaving you feeling guilty for prioritizing your own needs or responsibilities. This constant intrusion into your schedule is a way of controlling how much time and energy you can devote to other areas of your life. The Stoics valued balance and the careful management of time, recognizing that our time is one of the most precious resources we have. When someone consistently monopolizes your time, it's a sign they're trying to control your life. Manipulative people also use comparison to undermine your confidence. They may compare you to others, subtly suggesting that you're not as good, successful, or valuable as someone else. This tactic is designed to make you feel inadequate, keeping you in a state of insecurity. The Stoics teach that comparison is the enemy of contentment, and anyone who constantly compares you to others is working against your sense of self-worth. Another tactic is emotional blackmail. Manipulators will use threats of withdrawal, rejection, or anger to get what they want. They may say things like, "If you really cared about me, you would do this," or "If you don't help me, I'll never forgive you." This kind of emotional manipulation preys on your fear of losing the relationship, making you feel like you have no choice but to comply. Stoicism teaches that true relationships are built on mutual respect, not on fear or coercion. When someone uses emotional blackmail, they are manipulating your fear of loss to control your actions. Manipulators often position themselves as the expert in your life, telling you what you should do, how you should feel, and what decisions you should make. They make you feel like you're incapable of making good choices on your own, subtly eroding your confidence in your own judgment. The Stoics believed in cultivating inner wisdom and trusting your own judgment, and anyone who tries to make you doubt, that is trying to manipulate you. Finally, manipulators rarely respect your boundaries. They push against your limits, testing how far they can go, and when you try to assert yourself, they make you feel guilty or unreasonable. This constant boundary pushing is a clear sign of manipulation, as they are trying to control how much you give and how much they can take. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining firm boundaries to protect your peace. When someone tries to make you feel bad for setting boundaries, they are manipulating you. Understanding these tactics and recognizing them early is crucial for protecting your emotional well-being. The Stoics offer timeless wisdom on maintaining clarity and self-control, helping you see through the mask of manipulation and reclaim your inner peace. By identifying these behaviors and distancing yourself from those who use them, you can guard your mind, heart, and soul from the harm that manipulation causes. Having explored the subtle and damaging ways manipulators can disguise themselves as friends, we now turn to another danger that Stoicism warns us about: individuals who lack control over their emotions. While manipulation can be hidden, emotional volatility is often more visible, yet equally destructive. People who cannot manage their emotions can create storms in your life, pulling you into their chaos and disrupting your peace. These individuals are like wildfires, unpredictable and consuming, leaving destruction in their wake. In the next section, we'll examine why these emotionally unstable individuals are dangerous to your tranquility and how you can protect yourself by recognizing the signs early. Uncontrolled emotions spread like wildfire. Someone who cannot keep their anger, sadness, or frustration in check tends to create waves that affect everyone around them. Whether it's a sudden outburst over something minor or an intense reaction to everyday stresses, their emotional volatility can pull you into their storm. The Stoics taught that peace comes from within, but it's nearly impossible to maintain that inner calm when you're surrounded by someone whose emotions swing unpredictably. People who lack emotional control often act impulsively. They don't stop to think about the consequences of their actions, and as a result, their behavior can be erratic and harmful. This unpredictability makes it difficult to maintain a sense of stability in your interactions with them. One moment, everything seems fine, and the next, you're caught in the crossfire of their emotional outburst. The Stoics valued reason and reflection, urging us to pause before reacting. But when you're around someone who acts without thinking, they can quickly drag you into situations where reason is abandoned. Another characteristic of emotionally unstable individuals is that they tend to overreact. What might be a small issue for someone else becomes a major crisis in their eyes. This constant magnification of problems creates a stressful environment where even the most minor inconveniences feel overwhelming. When you're around someone who lacks emotional control, it becomes hard to keep things in perspective, as their overreactions start to shape how you see situations as well. The Stoics believed in keeping things in proportion, in not letting external events disturb your inner peace. But emotionally volatile people make that nearly impossible. Those who cannot manage their emotions often use them as weapons. Whether it's through anger, guilt, or sadness, they manipulate situations by playing on your feelings. Their emotional outbursts become a tool for getting what they want, as you start to feel responsible for their well-being. The Stoics remind us that we are not responsible for the emotions of others, especially when those emotions are used to control us. When someone consistently uses their emotional instability to manipulate you, they're not just a danger to your peace, they're actively working to undermine it. Another key issue with people who lack emotional control is their tendency to create drama. They thrive on conflict, intentionally or unintentionally stirring up tension wherever they go. Whether it's through arguments, emotional breakdowns, or passive-aggressive behavior, these individuals bring chaos into your life. The Stoics valued tranquility and the avoidance of unnecessary conflict, but people who cannot control their emotions seem to attract conflict like a magnet. Their constant need for emotional stimulation leaves little room for the calm and reason that Stoicism encourages. Emotional instability also makes it difficult to build trust. You never know how someone who cannot manage their emotions will react, and this unpredictability creates a sense of unease in your relationship with them. Trust requires consistency, and when someone's emotions are always in flux, you can never be sure where you stand. The Stoics believed that relationships should be based on mutual respect and stability, but emotionally unstable people make that kind of relationship impossible. You find yourself walking on eggshells, afraid that the next small issue could trigger a major reaction. Those who can't control their emotions often shift the emotional burden onto others. They expect you to manage their feelings for them, placing the responsibility of their happiness, sadness, or anger on your shoulders. This creates a one-sided relationship where you are constantly trying to calm them down, make them happy, or avoid triggering their next outburst. Stoicism teaches that each person is responsible for their own emotional state, and it's not your job to regulate someone else's feelings. If you find yourself constantly catering to someone's emotional needs at the expense of your own peace, it's a clear sign that they lack emotional control. People with poor emotional regulation also tend to hold grudges. Instead of resolving issues and moving on, they cling to past wrongs, allowing their anger or resentment to fester. This inability to let go of negative emotions creates a toxic environment where old conflicts are constantly being dredged up. The Stoics taught the importance of forgiveness and moving forward, as holding on to anger only harms the person carrying it. But emotionally unstable individuals are incapable of this, keeping the past alive in a way that poisons the present. Another problem with those who lack emotional control is that their emotions often spill over into unrelated areas. They may take out their frustration from work on you, or let their sadness from a personal issue cloud their interactions with friends and family. This emotional spillover creates a tense atmosphere where you're never quite sure if their reaction is related to the current situation or something else entirely. The Stoics believed in compartmentalizing emotions, in dealing with each situation as it arises rather than letting unrelated feelings interfere. But emotionally unstable people blur those lines, making it hard to address issues rationally. Emotionally volatile individuals also tend to blame others for their feelings. Instead of taking responsibility for their emotional state, they place the blame on external factors or people, making it seem like everyone else is responsible for their happiness or sadness. This projection of blame creates a toxic dynamic where you feel like you're constantly walking on thin ice, trying to avoid setting them off. The Stoics emphasized personal responsibility and the idea that our emotions are a result of our own perceptions, not the actions of others. When someone consistently blames others for their feelings, it's a sign that they lack the emotional control necessary for a healthy relationship. Another danger of emotionally unstable people is their tendency to escalate situations. Even when conflicts could be resolved calmly, they push the issue further, raising the emotional stakes until it becomes a full-blown argument. This escalation is often unnecessary and exhausting, as it turns minor disagreements into major confrontations. The Stoics believed in de-escalating conflict, in resolving issues with calmness and reason. But people who can't control their emotions do the opposite, creating tension where there could be peace. Those who lack emotional control often seek validation through their emotional displays. Whether it's through anger, sadness, or joy, they use their emotions to gain attention or sympathy from others. This constant need for validation becomes draining, as you feel obligated to respond to their every emotional shift. Stoicism teaches that true validation comes from within, not from external sources. When someone uses their emotions as a tool for validation, it's a sign that they are not in control of their emotional state and are relying on others to fill that void. People who cannot manage their emotions also tend to lack empathy. They are so caught up in their own feelings that they have little room to consider how their behavior affects others. This lack of empathy creates a self-centered dynamic where their emotions take priority over everything else. The Stoics believed in the importance of empathy, in understanding how our actions and emotions impact those around us. When someone lacks emotional control, they often fail to recognize or care about the harm they're causing. Another key issue is that emotionally unstable individuals often lack the ability to reflect on their behavior. They react impulsively and without thought, and afterward, they rarely take the time to reflect on how their actions may have been inappropriate or harmful. This lack of self-awareness makes it difficult to address problems, as they are unable or unwilling to see the role their emotions play in creating conflict. The Stoics valued self-reflection and believed that we must constantly examine our behavior and emotions to ensure that we are living in accordance with our values. Emotionally unstable people, however, avoid this kind of introspection, preferring to act on impulse rather than reason. People who can't control their emotions also tend to lack resilience. When faced with challenges or setbacks, they crumble under the weight of their emotions, making it difficult for them to move forward. This lack of emotional resilience makes them dependent on others to help them navigate difficult situations, placing an additional burden on those around them. The Stoics believed in cultivating resilience, in building the inner strength to face adversity without being overwhelmed by emotion. But emotionally unstable individuals are often unable to manage even small challenges without falling apart. Emotionally volatile individuals are also prone to making decisions based on their current emotional state, rather than on reason or long-term thinking. This leads to impulsive choices that may feel good in the moment, but have negative consequences down the line. The Stoics taught that we should base our decisions on logic and wisdom, not on fleeting emotions. When someone makes decisions purely out of emotion, it's a sign that they lack the control necessary to make thoughtful, deliberate choices. Another danger of emotionally unstable people is that they tend to create codependent relationships. They rely heavily on others to regulate their emotions, and in doing so, they often encourage those around them to take on the role of caretaker or emotional stabilizer. This dynamic is unhealthy, as it places the burden of emotional regulation on you, rather than allowing them to take responsibility for their own feelings. Stoicism teaches that we should not be dependent on others for our emotional well-being, and when someone creates a codependent relationship, it undermines both your peace and theirs. Emotionally unstable people also have a way of draining your energy. Their constant emotional highs and lows create an exhausting dynamic where you feel like you're always managing their feelings instead of focusing on your own needs. This emotional exhaustion can take a toll on your mental health as you become more and more entangled in their emotional turmoil. The Stoics valued conserving energy for things that matter, for cultivating inner peace and clarity. But when you're constantly dealing with someone else's emotional chaos, it becomes nearly impossible to maintain your own sense of balance. Those who lack emotional control often struggle to handle criticism. Even the most constructive feedback can trigger an emotional outburst, making it difficult to have honest conversations with them. This inability to accept criticism creates a barrier to growth, as they are unable to reflect on their behavior and make necessary changes. The Stoics believed that criticism is an opportunity for growth, but emotionally unstable people see it as a personal attack, further fueling their emotional instability. Emotionally volatile individuals are also prone to taking things personally. They interpret neutral or even positive actions as slights, and their emotional response is often disproportionate to the situation. This hypersensitivity makes it difficult to have normal interactions, as you constantly worry about how they will interpret your words or actions. The Stoics taught that we should not take things personally, that the actions of others are a reflection of them, not us. But emotionally unstable people struggle with this, making every interaction feel like a potential emotional minefield. Another danger is that emotionally unstable people often lack boundaries. They may invade your personal space, push you to share more than you're comfortable with, or demand more of your time and energy than you can give. This lack of respect for boundaries creates an imbalance in the relationship, where their emotional needs always take precedence over yours. The Stoics valued boundaries, recognizing that maintaining healthy relationships requires a balance between giving and protecting one's own peace. When someone consistently pushes against your boundaries, it's a sign that they lack emotional control and respect for your well-being. People who cannot manage their emotions also tend to be highly reactive. They respond immediately to any perceived threat or slight, often without fully understanding the situation. This reactivity leads to unnecessary conflict and tension, as their emotional responses escalate situations that could have been resolved calmly. The Stoics taught the importance of pausing before reacting, of taking a moment to reflect before allowing emotions to guide our actions. But emotionally unstable people skip this step, reacting impulsively and creating chaos in their wake. Emotionally volatile individuals also struggle with consistency. Their behavior is unpredictable, swinging from one extreme to the other depending on their emotional state. This inconsistency makes it difficult to build trust, as you never know which version of them you'll get on any given day. The Stoics valued consistency in character, believing that we should strive to remain steady and reliable regardless of external circumstances. But emotionally unstable people are unable to maintain this consistency, making it hard to form stable, trusting relationships with them. Another issue with those who lack emotional control is that they often use their emotions as an excuse for their behavior. Instead of taking responsibility for their actions, they blame their emotional state, saying things like, "I was just upset," or "I didn't mean it, I was angry." This refusal to take ownership of their actions creates a dynamic where their emotions justify harmful behavior. The Stoics believed that we are responsible for our actions, regardless of how we feel, and that emotions should never be used as an excuse for mistreating others. People who can't control their emotions also tend to be highly defensive. When confronted with their behavior, they respond with anger, denial, or deflection, making it difficult to address issues directly. This defensiveness creates a cycle of unresolved conflict, where problems are never truly dealt with because the emotional reaction takes precedence over finding a solution. The Stoics taught that defensiveness is a barrier to growth, as it prevents us from seeing the truth of our actions and making necessary changes. But emotionally unstable people are often too caught up in their emotions to engage in honest self-reflection. Emotionally volatile individuals also have a tendency to catastrophize. They see every problem as a disaster, every setback as the end of the world. This constant catastrophizing creates an atmosphere of fear and anxiety, where even small challenges feel overwhelming. The Stoics taught that we should keep things in perspective, recognizing that most problems are not as big as they seem in the moment. But emotionally unstable people blow everything out of proportion, making it difficult to maintain a sense of calm and rationality. Another danger of emotionally unstable people is that they often struggle with accountability. When things go wrong, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, refusing to take responsibility for their role in the situation. This lack of accountability creates a toxic dynamic where they avoid the consequences of their actions and continue to engage in harmful behavior. The Stoics valued accountability, believing that we must take responsibility for our actions in order to grow and improve. But emotionally unstable people are often unwilling to do this, leaving a trail of unresolved issues in their wake. Emotionally volatile individuals also tend to be highly sensitive to rejection. Even the slightest hint of disapproval can trigger an emotional spiral, making it difficult to have honest or difficult conversations with them. This sensitivity to rejection creates a dynamic where you feel like you have to constantly tiptoe around their feelings, avoiding any topic that might upset them. The Stoics believed in the importance of honesty and directness in relationships, but emotionally unstable people make that difficult by turning every perceived rejection into a major emotional event. Another issue is that emotionally unstable people often have difficulty managing stress. When faced with challenging situations, their emotional response is often disproportionate, leading to heightened tension and conflict. This inability to manage stress creates a chaotic environment where even everyday tasks become overwhelming. The Stoics taught that stress is a part of life and should be managed with calm and reason. But emotionally unstable people struggle with this, allowing stress to control their behavior and create unnecessary conflict. People who cannot control their emotions also tend to be highly reactive to feedback. Even the most constructive criticism can trigger an emotional outburst, making it difficult to have productive conversations about improvement or growth. This reactivity creates a barrier to learning and development, as they are unable to separate their emotions from the feedback they receive. The Stoics valued feedback as a tool for growth, believing that we should welcome criticism as an opportunity to improve. But emotionally unstable people often see feedback as a personal attack, further fueling their emotional instability. Emotionally volatile individuals also tend to have difficulty maintaining healthy relationships. Their emotional instability creates a dynamic where conflict and tension are constant, making it difficult to build trust or intimacy. This instability can also lead to a pattern of push-pull behavior, where they alternate between seeking closeness and pushing people away. The Stoics believed in the importance of stable, harmonious relationships, but emotionally unstable people make that kind of connection nearly impossible. Another issue is that emotionally unstable people often struggle with self-regulation. They have difficulty controlling their impulses, leading to behavior that is erratic and unpredictable. This lack of self-regulation creates a sense of instability in their relationships, as those around them are constantly unsure of how they will behave. The Stoics valued self-regulation as a key component of emotional control, believing that we must learn to manage our impulses in order to live a balanced and peaceful life. Emotionally volatile individuals also tend to be highly reactive to stress. When faced with challenging situations, their emotional response is often disproportionate, leading to heightened tension and conflict. This inability to manage stress creates a chaotic environment where even everyday tasks become overwhelming. The Stoics taught that stress is a part of life and should be managed with calm and reason. But emotionally unstable people struggle with this, allowing stress to control their behavior and create unnecessary conflict. Finally, emotionally unstable people often lack emotional resilience. When faced with adversity, they struggle to bounce back, allowing their emotions to overwhelm them. This lack of resilience makes it difficult for them to handle challenges in a healthy way, leading to a cycle of emotional turmoil. The Stoics believed in the importance of resilience, in developing the inner strength to face challenges without being overwhelmed by emotion. But emotionally unstable people are often unable to manage even small challenges without falling apart. Each of these behaviors contributes to the overall instability that emotionally volatile people bring into your life. Stoicism teaches that we must protect our peace by surrounding ourselves with those who are emotionally stable and grounded. When you allow emotionally unstable people into your life, their volatility becomes your chaos, disrupting the calm and balance that Stoicism encourages. By recognizing these signs and distancing yourself from those who lack emotional control, you can protect your peace and maintain the inner stability that is so central to the Stoic philosophy. Having explored the dangers of people who lack emotional control and how their chaos can erode your peace, we now turn to another threat to your well-being, the self-centered person. This type of individual doesn't cause dramatic emotional outbursts, but their selfishness can be just as damaging. Their focus is always on themselves, and they care little for how their actions affect those around them. The Stoics warned against such people because their presence slowly drains your energy, undermines your happiness, and places your needs in the shadows. In the next section, we will uncover how to identify these self-absorbed individuals and why it is essential to distance yourself from them to safeguard your well-being. Self-centered people have a way of making everything about them. No matter what situation arises, they find a way to shift the focus to themselves, their needs, and their desires. This constant attention-seeking behavior can be draining because it leaves little room for others to express themselves or share their experiences. The Stoics valued balance and reciprocity in relationships, but when you're dealing with a self-centered person, that balance is lost. Every interaction becomes one-sided, with you always giving and them always taking. These individuals also have a tendency to dismiss your feelings or needs as insignificant. When you try to express your thoughts or emotions, they quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, showing little empathy or understanding. Over time, this makes you feel undervalued and unimportant. The Stoics believed in the importance of mutual respect and understanding in relationships, but self-centered people are incapable of offering that. Their lack of concern for others creates an environment where you feel invisible, constantly fighting for attention that they will never give. Self-centered people are often masters at manipulation, using their charm to keep you engaged in their world while offering little in return. They may flatter you when it serves their purposes, but that flattery is always hollow, designed to keep you hooked on their needs. The Stoics taught that relationships should be built on sincerity and mutual respect, but self-centered individuals use manipulation to maintain control, ensuring that you remain focused on them while neglecting your own needs. Another trait of self-centered people is their inability to handle criticism. They view any suggestion that they are less than perfect as a personal attack, and their reactions to criticism are often defensive or dismissive. This inability to reflect on their own flaws creates a dynamic where they are always right and everyone else is wrong. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, but self-centered individuals lack both. Their refusal to acknowledge their own shortcomings leaves little room for growth, both for themselves and for those around them. These people also have a tendency to take credit for the successes of others. Whether it's in the workplace or in personal relationships, they find ways to insert themselves into your achievements, claiming credit for things they didn't contribute to. This need for constant recognition is exhausting because it diminishes your own accomplishments. The Stoics believed that success should be shared and celebrated together, but self-centered people are incapable of sharing the spotlight. They need all the praise and recognition for themselves, even at the expense of others. Self-centered individuals often lack genuine empathy. While they may offer sympathy in certain situations, their concern rarely extends beyond surface-level interactions. They have little interest in truly understanding the struggles or emotions of others unless it directly benefits them. The Stoics emphasized the importance of empathy and compassion in fostering strong relationships, but self-centered people are unable to connect on a deeper emotional level. Their interactions are often transactional, leaving you feeling unfulfilled and unsupported. One of the more subtle ways self-centered people reveal themselves is through their constant need for validation. They are always seeking praise and affirmation from others, often fishing for compliments or exaggerating their accomplishments to receive recognition. This constant need for validation can be draining because it forces you to constantly reassure them while neglecting your own needs for acknowledgement. The Stoics taught that true confidence comes from within, not from the approval of others. Self-centered people, however, rely on external validation to feel good about themselves, and they expect you to provide it. Self-centered individuals are often highly competitive, even in situations where competition isn't necessary. They view every interaction as a chance to prove their superiority, whether it's in conversations, work projects, or social settings. This constant need to outshine others creates an environment of tension and comparison, where no one can simply enjoy the moment without feeling like they're being measured. The Stoics believed in collaboration and mutual respect, But self-centered people turn every situation into a competition, making it hard to find peace or camaraderie in their presence. Another common trait of self-centered people is their tendency to downplay the struggles or achievements of others. When you share your successes, they quickly diminish them by pointing out how it's not that big of a deal, or by comparing it to their own, often exaggerated accomplishments. This behavior slowly chips away at your confidence and self-worth, making you question whether your achievements are truly valuable. The Stoics taught that we should celebrate the successes of others as well as our own, but self-centered people are incapable of genuine celebration unless they are at the center of it. These individuals also tend to have a strong sense of entitlement. They believe they deserve special treatment, whether it's preferential treatment at work, extra attention in social settings, or constant accommodation in relationships. This entitlement can be exhausting because it places the burden on you to always cater to their needs and desires, while they offer little in return. The Stoics believed that humility and gratitude were essential virtues, but self-centered people see the world through a lens of entitlement, expecting everything to revolve around them. Self-centered people also have a way of making you feel guilty for not prioritizing their needs. They may subtly suggest that you're being selfish if you take time for yourself or pursue your own interests. Over time, this manipulation can make you feel like you owe them your time and energy, even when it's detrimental to your own well-being. The Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining personal boundaries and protecting your peace, but self-centered individuals make it difficult to do so, as they constantly push you to put their needs above your own. Another trait of self-centered individuals is their lack of emotional support. While they expect you to be there for them during their difficult times, they are often absent when you need support. This one-sided dynamic leaves you feeling isolated and unsupported, as you realize that they only care about your well-being when it serves their interests. The Stoics believed that relationships should be built on mutual support and care, but self-centered people are incapable of offering that. They take and take, leaving you emotionally depleted. Self-centered people also have a habit of turning every conversation into a platform to talk about themselves. Even when you're sharing something important or meaningful, they find a way to redirect the conversation back to their own experiences. This behavior makes it difficult to feel heard or valued, as every interaction becomes about them. The Stoics valued meaningful communication and the exchange of ideas, but self-centered individuals dominate conversations, leaving little room for true connection or understanding. These individuals are often highly demanding of your time and attention. They expect you to drop everything for them, whether it's to listen to their problems, attend to their needs, or offer them validation. This constant demand for attention can be overwhelming, as it leaves little room for your own needs or responsibilities. The Stoics taught that balance and moderation are key to maintaining peace, but self-centered people throw that balance off by constantly requiring more from you than they are willing to give in return. Another sign of a self-centered person is their inability to celebrate others without making it about themselves. Even when it's your moment to shine, whether it's a promotion, a personal achievement, or a milestone in your life, they find a way to insert themselves into the narrative. This behavior diminishes your joy and turns what should be a moment of celebration into another opportunity for them to seek attention. The Stoics believed that we should celebrate the successes of others with genuine happiness, but self-centered individuals are incapable of this, as they always need to be the center of attention. Self-centered people also tend to be highly critical of others, often pointing out flaws or mistakes without offering constructive feedback. This constant criticism can wear you down, making you feel like you're never good enough. The Stoics taught that we should focus on our own growth and improvement, rather than tearing others down. But self-centered individuals use criticism as a way to elevate themselves, creating an environment where negativity thrives and personal growth is stifled. These individuals are also prone to making decisions that benefit themselves at the expense of others. Whether it's in personal relationships or professional settings, they prioritize their own interests without considering how their actions might impact those around them. This self-serving behavior creates tension and resentment, as others begin to realize that their needs will always come second to the self-centered person's desires. The Stoics valued fairness and justice, believing that we should act in a way that benefits the greater good. But self-centered people act only in their own interest. Self-centered people also have a tendency to exaggerate their problems, making them seem more significant than they actually are. This behavior shifts the focus away from any issues you might be facing, as their problems are always framed as more urgent or important. Over time, this creates a dynamic where your struggles are minimized or ignored, while theirs take center stage. The Stoics believed in maintaining perspective and not allowing minor issues to disrupt our peace. But self-centered people thrive on magnifying their problems, ensuring that they remain the focus of attention. Another sign of a self-centered person is their inability to give without expecting something in return. While they may offer help or support, it often comes with strings attached. Whether it's expecting praise, favors, or loyalty in return, their generosity is never truly selfless. This transactional approach to relationships creates an environment where everything feels conditional, and you're constantly wondering what they expect from you in exchange for their help. The Stoics taught that true generosity comes from a place of selflessness, but self-centered individuals are incapable of giving without expecting something in return. Self-centered individuals also have a way of making you feel like you're always competing for their attention. Whether it's in social settings or personal relationships, they create a dynamic where you feel like you have to constantly prove your worth to gain their approval or acknowledgement. This constant competition can be exhausting, as you're always striving to meet their expectations without receiving the same level of attention or care in return. The Stoics believed in the importance of mutual respect and equality in relationships, but self-centered people make it impossible to achieve that balance. Another trait of self-centered individuals is their tendency to be highly defensive when confronted with their behavior. Even when you try to address their selfishness or lack of empathy, they quickly turn the conversation around, making it about how they feel attacked or misunderstood. This defensiveness creates a barrier to honest communication, as they are unwilling to acknowledge their flaws or take responsibility for their actions. The Stoics valued self-reflection and the ability to accept criticism as a tool for growth, but self-centered people avoid this at all costs, protecting their ego above all else. Self-centered people also tend to have unrealistic expectations of others. They expect you to be available whenever they need you, to drop everything for them, and to constantly prioritize their needs. This creates a dynamic where you feel like you're never doing enough, even when you're giving more than you can. The Stoics taught that we should set realistic expectations for ourselves and others, but self-centered individuals push those boundaries, always demanding more than what is reasonable or fair. These individuals also struggle to form deep, meaningful connections with others. Their focus on themselves leaves little room for genuine intimacy or emotional vulnerability, as they are more concerned with maintaining their image or receiving validation than with truly connecting with others. This lack of depth in relationships can leave you feeling unfulfilled and unsupported, as your emotional needs are often neglected. The Stoics believed in the importance of cultivating deep, meaningful relationships, but self-centered people are incapable of offering that level of connection. Another sign of a self-centered person is their tendency to take advantage of others. Whether it's by exploiting your kindness, using your resources, or relying on you for emotional support without offering anything in return, they always find a way to benefit from the relationship without giving back. This one-sided dynamic creates an imbalance where you feel drained and used, while they continue to take without any sense of responsibility. The Stoics valued fairness and reciprocity in relationships, but self-centered people are only concerned with what they can gain from others. Self-centered individuals are also often highly competitive, even in situations where competition isn't necessary. They view every interaction as an opportunity to prove their superiority, whether it's in conversations, work projects, or social settings. This constant need to outshine others creates an environment of tension and comparison, where no one can simply enjoy the moment without feeling like they're being measured. The Stoics believed in collaboration and mutual respect, but self-centered people turn every situation into a competition, making it hard to find peace or camaraderie in their presence. Self-centered people also tend to dominate conversations, often interrupting others or steering the discussion back to themselves. This behavior makes it difficult for anyone else to share their thoughts or feelings, as the self-centered person is always focused on their own experiences. This lack of consideration for others creates a dynamic where you feel unheard and unimportant. The Stoics believed in the importance of listening and engaging in meaningful dialogue, but self-centered individuals are more interested in hearing their own voice. These individuals also have a tendency to minimize the struggles or achievements of others. When you share your successes or challenges, they quickly dismiss them, either by comparing them to their own or by suggesting that they aren't as significant as you think. This behavior diminishes your sense of accomplishment and makes you question whether your experiences are valid. The Stoics taught that we should celebrate the achievements of others and offer support during their struggles, but self-centered people are incapable of offering that kind of encouragement. Self-centered people also tend to have a strong sense of entitlement. They believe they deserve special treatment, whether it's preferential treatment at work, extra attention in social settings, or constant accommodation in relationships. This entitlement can be exhausting because it places the burden on you to always cater to their needs and desires, while they offer little in return. The Stoics believed that humility and gratitude were essential virtues, but self-centered people see the world through a lens of entitlement, expecting everything to revolve around them. Finally, self-centered individuals often lack gratitude. They take the efforts of others for granted, rarely acknowledging the time, energy, or support that has been given to them. This lack of appreciation creates a dynamic where you feel undervalued and unappreciated, as your contributions go unnoticed. The Stoics believed that gratitude is key to maintaining a sense of peace and contentment, but self-centered people are incapable of experiencing true gratitude, as their focus is always on what they can take rather than what they have received. Each of these traits reveals the damaging effects of self-centered people on your life. Their focus on themselves creates an environment where your needs, emotions, and achievements are constantly overshadowed by their own desires. The Stoics warned that such individuals would sabotage your happiness, and by recognizing these behaviors early, you can protect your peace and create space for more fulfilling, balanced relationships. As we leave behind the self-centered individuals who erode your happiness by focusing only on their own needs, we now turn to a more insidious type of person, one whose dishonesty can be even more destructive. While self-centered people drain your energy by keeping the spotlight on themselves, dishonest individuals slowly chip away at the very foundation of trust. They not only mislead you, but also distort your reality, making it difficult to find peace or clarity. The Stoics believed that truth and integrity are essential in maintaining healthy relationships and personal well-being, and dishonesty is the antithesis of this philosophy. In this section, we will explore how dishonesty destroys trust, undermines your mental and emotional health, and why people who cannot be truthful are among the most dangerous to your well-being. Dishonesty breaks trust, and trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. Whether it's a friendship, romantic relationship, or professional partnership, trust allows us to feel safe, secure, and connected. When someone lies to you, that foundation is shattered, and it becomes difficult to rebuild. The Stoics believed in the importance of honesty, not just as a moral principle, but as a practical tool for creating harmony and peace in life. Without honesty, that harmony is replaced by confusion and doubt, leaving you constantly questioning the other person's motives and actions. People who are dishonest also create an environment of uncertainty. When you know someone has lied to you, it becomes difficult to believe anything they say, even if it's true. This constant state of doubt can be exhausting, as you are forced to second-guess everything they tell you. The Stoics taught that clarity and truth are essential for peace of mind, but dishonesty throws everything into a fog where nothing is clear or straightforward. Living in that kind of uncertainty undermines your ability to trust not only others, but also your own judgment. Dishonesty often involves manipulation. Those who lie frequently do so to gain something, whether it's power, control, or personal advantage. This manipulation erodes your sense of agency, making you feel as if you're being controlled by someone else's false narrative. The Stoics valued personal autonomy and the freedom to make informed choices, but dishonest people strip that freedom away by presenting a false version of reality. Over time, this manipulation can lead to feelings of helplessness, as you realize that your decisions have been based on lies rather than truth. Another destructive aspect of dishonesty is that it undermines your self-confidence. When someone lies to you, it often leaves you questioning your own perceptions and instincts. This self-doubt can be incredibly damaging, as you start to wonder whether you can trust your own judgment. The Stoics taught that self-confidence comes from living in alignment with truth and integrity, but dishonesty makes it difficult to maintain that alignment. Instead of feeling grounded in reality, you are constantly questioning what is real and what is false. Dishonest people also create emotional instability. When you find out that someone has lied to you, it triggers a range of negative emotions: anger, betrayal, sadness, and confusion. These emotions can be overwhelming, especially when they stem from someone you trusted. The Stoics believed in maintaining emotional balance, in not allowing external events to disrupt your inner peace. But dishonesty makes that balance nearly impossible, as it stirs up emotions that are hard to control or manage. Another key problem with dishonest people is that their lies often snowball. One lie leads to another, and before long, they are trapped in a web of deception that becomes more and more complex. This escalation of dishonesty creates a situation where it's difficult to discern what's true and what's false. The Stoics valued simplicity and clarity, believing that life should be lived with openness and honesty. But dishonest people complicate everything, turning even simple matters into convoluted messes of deceit. Dishonesty also erodes respect in relationships. When someone lies to you, it shows a fundamental lack of respect for your intelligence, your emotions, and your ability to handle the truth. Over time, this lack of respect can poison the relationship, making it impossible to feel valued or appreciated. The Stoics believed that mutual respect is essential for healthy relationships, and when dishonesty enters the equation, that respect is destroyed. You begin to see the other person not as a partner or friend, but as someone who cannot be trusted or relied upon. Another damaging aspect of dishonesty is the way it undermines communication. When someone lies to you, it creates a barrier to open and honest communication. Conversations become laced with suspicion, and it becomes difficult to express yourself freely, knowing that the other person may not be truthful in return. The Stoics valued clear and honest communication as a way to resolve conflicts and build understanding, but dishonesty turns communication into a game of guessing and second-guessing, where nothing is ever fully transparent. Dishonesty also isolates you from others. When you're in a relationship with someone who lies, it can be difficult to share your experiences or emotions with other people, either out of embarrassment or because you don't know what's real anymore. This isolation can leave you feeling lonely and unsupported, as you are trapped in a relationship where trust has been broken, but you're unsure of how to move forward. The Stoics taught that community and connection are essential for a good life, but dishonesty cuts you off from those connections, leaving you isolated in a web of lies. People who are dishonest also tend to avoid accountability. When confronted with their lies, they often shift the blame onto others, making excuses for their behavior rather than taking responsibility. This lack of accountability creates a toxic dynamic where nothing ever gets resolved, as the dishonest person refuses to own up to their actions. The Stoics valued personal responsibility and believed that we must be accountable for our actions, but dishonest people avoid this responsibility, leaving you feeling frustrated and powerless. Another danger of dishonesty is that it breeds more dishonesty. When someone lies to you, it can be tempting to lie in return, either to protect yourself or to avoid further conflict. This creates a vicious cycle of dishonesty where both parties are operating under false pretenses. The Stoics believed that truth and integrity are essential for a virtuous life, and once dishonesty enters the picture, it becomes difficult to live according to those values. The more lies that are told, the further you drift from the principles of honesty and virtue. Dishonest people also have a tendency to gaslight others. Gaslighting involves manipulating someone into questioning their own reality, making them doubt their perceptions and memories. This form of dishonesty is particularly insidious, as it not only undermines your trust in others, but also in yourself. The Stoics taught that we must trust our own perceptions and judgment, but gaslighting erodes that trust, leaving you feeling confused and uncertain about what's real. Over time, this can lead to a complete breakdown of your sense of self. Another problem with dishonest people is that their lies often create unnecessary conflict. When the truth eventually comes out, as it often does, it leads to arguments, accusations, and hurt feelings. These conflicts could have been avoided if the person had been honest from the beginning, but dishonesty only delays the inevitable. The Stoics believed that conflict should be resolved quickly and with honesty, but dishonest people drag out conflicts by refusing to tell the truth, creating long-lasting tension and resentment. Dishonesty also undermines your sense of security. When someone lies to you, it creates a feeling of instability, as you never know when the next lie will surface or what other truths are being hidden. This lack of security can make you feel anxious and on edge, as you are constantly waiting for the next betrayal. The Stoics valued inner peace and believed that we should cultivate a sense of security within ourselves, but dishonesty makes it difficult to feel secure in your relationships or your life. Another issue with dishonesty is that it erodes your ability to forgive. When someone lies to you repeatedly, it becomes harder and harder to forgive their actions, as each lie feels like a deeper betrayal. This lack of forgiveness can lead to resentment, which the Stoics warned against, as it harms your own well-being more than anyone else's. However, when dishonesty is at play, it becomes nearly impossible to let go of that resentment, as the trust required for forgiveness has been broken. Dishonest people also have a way of making you feel responsible for their lies. They may tell you that they lied to protect you, or that they didn't tell the truth because they didn't want to hurt you. This manipulation shifts the blame onto you, making it seem like their dishonesty was somehow your fault. The Stoics taught that we are responsible for our own actions and emotions, and we should not take on the burden of someone else's dishonesty. When someone tries to make you feel responsible for their lies, it's a clear sign of manipulation. Another damaging effect of dishonesty is that it creates a sense of betrayal. When someone you trust lies to you, it feels like a personal attack, as if they have intentionally harmed you. This sense of betrayal can be difficult to overcome, as it strikes at the heart of the relationship. The Stoics believed that betrayal is one of the most painful experiences we can endure, as it undermines our sense of safety and trust in the world. When dishonesty leads to betrayal, it leaves deep emotional scars that are difficult to heal. Dishonest people also tend to lie to themselves. They often convince themselves that their lies are justified, or that they aren't really hurting anyone. This self-deception allows them to continue lying without feeling guilty or ashamed. The Stoics taught that self-honesty is essential for personal growth, and those who lie to themselves are incapable of truly understanding their own actions or motivations. When someone is dishonest with themselves, it becomes impossible for them to be honest with others. Another problem with dishonesty is that it creates a toxic environment where lies become the norm. Once dishonesty enters a relationship, it becomes easier for both parties to lie, creating a culture of deceit. This toxic environment undermines trust, communication, and respect, making it difficult to maintain a healthy and functional relationship. The Stoics believed that honesty is the foundation of all good relationships, and when dishonesty takes hold, it destroys that foundation, leaving only mistrust and resentment in its wake. Dishonesty also undermines your ability to make informed decisions. When someone lies to you, they withhold important information that you need to make good choices. This manipulation of the truth leaves you at a disadvantage, as you are forced to make decisions based on incomplete or false information. The Stoics valued wisdom and knowledge, believing that we must seek the truth in all things. But dishonest people prevent you from accessing that truth, making it difficult to make wise and informed choices. Another danger of dishonesty is that it can lead to isolation. When you realize that someone has been lying to you, it can make you wary of trusting others. This wariness can lead to a sense of isolation, as you start to distance yourself from people out of fear of being lied to again. The Stoics taught that we must cultivate meaningful relationships with others, but dishonesty makes it difficult to form those connections, as it leaves you feeling guarded and distrustful. Dishonest people also have a tendency to manipulate facts to fit their narrative. They may twist the truth or leave out key details to make themselves look better or to avoid accountability. This manipulation of the facts makes it difficult to have a clear understanding of what's really going on, as the truth is constantly being distorted. The Stoics valued truth and clarity, believing that we must see things as they truly are in order to live a virtuous life. But dishonest people prevent you from seeing the truth, leaving you in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Another problem with dishonesty is that it often leads to guilt and shame. When someone lies, they may initially feel a sense of relief or satisfaction, but over time, the weight of their dishonesty begins to take a toll. This guilt and shame can create a toxic emotional environment where the person who lied feels trapped by their own deceit. The Stoics taught that guilt and shame are destructive emotions that prevent us from living a peaceful and fulfilling life. But dishonesty breeds these emotions, creating a cycle of negativity and self-doubt. Dishonest people also have a way of justifying their lies. They may tell themselves that their dishonesty is harmless or that it was necessary to avoid conflict. This justification allows them to continue lying without feeling guilty or ashamed. The Stoics believed that honesty is always the best policy, regardless of the consequences. When someone justifies their lies, they are avoiding the truth and preventing themselves from living in accordance with Stoic principles. Another damaging effect of dishonesty is that it can lead to a loss of self-respect. When someone lies, they often feel a sense of guilt or shame afterward, knowing that they have betrayed their own values. This loss of self-respect can lead to a downward spiral where the person continues to lie in order to avoid facing the truth about themselves. The Stoics taught that self-respect is essential for living a virtuous life, and dishonesty undermines that self-respect, leading to a life filled with regret and dishonor. Finally, dishonesty creates a barrier to personal growth. When someone is dishonest, they are avoiding the truth about themselves and their actions. This avoidance prevents them from learning from their mistakes and growing as a person. The Stoics believed that personal growth comes from self-reflection and honesty, and those who lie are incapable of engaging in that process. By living a life of dishonesty, they prevent themselves from achieving true happiness and fulfillment, as they are trapped in a cycle of deceit and self-deception. Dishonest people are among the most destructive to your well-being because they undermine trust, distort reality, and create emotional instability. The Stoics emphasized the importance of honesty and integrity in all aspects of life, as these values are essential for maintaining peace, harmony, and personal growth. When dishonesty enters a relationship, it erodes the foundation of trust, leaving behind only confusion, doubt, and betrayal. By recognizing the signs of dishonesty and distancing yourself from those who cannot be truthful, you can protect your peace and create space for more authentic and fulfilling relationships. As we leave behind the destructive influence of dishonest people, whose lies erode trust and clarity, we now turn to another type of individual that threatens your well-being, those who thrive on drama and disruption. These people create chaos wherever they go, stirring up conflict, tension, and unnecessary complications. Unlike dishonesty, which subtly chips away at relationships, the presence of drama seekers is more overt, dragging you into conflicts that drain your energy and disturb your peace. The Stoics believed that tranquility and inner calm are essential for a good life, and those who constantly bring drama into your world are enemies of that peace. In this section, we will explore how to identify people who create disruption and learn why it is crucial to distance yourself from their chaotic influence. People who thrive on drama have a way of turning even the smallest issues into major crises. They inflate minor disagreements into full-blown conflicts, ensuring that tension is always high. This constant amplification of problems creates an environment where peace is impossible, as you are always dealing with some new issue or argument. The Stoics taught that we should keep things in perspective, understanding that most problems are not as significant as they seem. But drama seekers do the opposite, making every situation seem dire and urgent. Those who create drama often do so to gain attention. They want to be at the center of every situation, and by stirring up conflict, they ensure that all eyes are on them. This need for attention can be exhausting for those around them, as you are constantly dragged into their theatrics. The Stoics believed in seeking attention for virtuous actions, not for causing chaos, and anyone who disrupts your peace to fulfill their desire for attention is a threat to your well-being. Another trait of people who thrive on drama is their inability to resolve conflicts peacefully. They seem to enjoy the tension and discord that comes from unresolved arguments, and rather than seeking solutions, they escalate the situation further. This behavior prevents any sense of closure or harmony, leaving you stuck in a cycle of conflict. The Stoics valued resolution and calm, believing that conflicts should be handled with reason and understanding. Drama seekers, however, are not interested in resolution. They thrive on the chaos itself. People who create drama also tend to gossip. They spread rumors, share secrets, and stir up trouble behind the scenes, often turning others against each other. This creates a toxic atmosphere where trust is eroded and relationships are strained. The Stoics warned against gossip, teaching that we should focus on our own behavior rather than meddling in the affairs of others. But drama seekers live for gossip, as it allows them to manipulate situations and create even more disruption. Another way drama seekers reveal themselves is through their constant need for conflict. They seem to seek out arguments, debates, or disagreements, even when none exist. This constant pursuit of conflict creates a stressful environment where you feel like you're always on edge, waiting for the next blow-up. The Stoics believed in cultivating peace and avoiding unnecessary conflict, but drama seekers thrive on the tension that conflict brings, making it impossible to maintain calm around them. Drama seekers also have a way of making everything about themselves. Even in situations that have nothing to do with them, they find a way to insert themselves into the narrative, often causing more confusion and tension in the process. This self-centered behavior disrupts the natural flow of events, as everything becomes about their needs, feelings, or opinions. The Stoics valued humility and the ability to step back from the spotlight, but drama seekers are incapable of this. They need to be the center of attention, even if it means creating chaos. People who thrive on drama also tend to lack emotional stability. Their moods swing wildly from one extreme to the other, creating an unpredictable environment where you never know what to expect. This emotional volatility makes it difficult to maintain a sense of balance, as you are constantly reacting to their outbursts or breakdowns. The Stoics taught that emotional stability is key to maintaining peace, and anyone who disrupts that stability is a danger to your well-being. Another trait of drama seekers is their tendency to play the victim. They position themselves as the ones who are always wronged, even when they are the ones causing the conflict. This victim mentality allows them to manipulate others into feeling sorry for them, even as they continue to stir up trouble. The Stoics warned against playing the victim, teaching that we must take responsibility for our own actions and emotions. Drama seekers, however, avoid responsibility by casting themselves as the victim in every situation. People who create drama often have a way of making you feel guilty for not engaging in their chaos. They may accuse you of being uncaring or indifferent if you refuse to get involved in their latest conflict, manipulating you into participating in their drama. The Stoics believed that we should protect our peace and avoid being drawn into unnecessary conflict, but drama seekers make that difficult by using guilt and manipulation to pull you into their disruptive behavior. Another problem with drama seekers is that they drain your energy. Constantly dealing with their conflicts, emotional outbursts, and manipulations is exhausting, leaving you with little energy for your own well-being. The Stoics taught that we must conserve our energy for things that matter, focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. But drama seekers take that energy away, leaving you feeling drained and depleted. People who thrive on drama also tend to be highly reactive. They respond to every perceived slight or insult with an over-the-top reaction, turning small issues into major confrontations. This reactivity makes it difficult to address issues calmly, as any attempt at resolution is met with heightened emotions. The Stoics valued calm and measured responses, believing that we should not allow external events to dictate our emotional state. Drama seekers, however, do the opposite, allowing their emotions to control them and everyone around them. Drama seekers also have a way of creating division. They thrive on pitting people against each other, whether it's in the workplace, social circles, or even within families. By creating these divisions, they ensure that conflict is always present, giving them more opportunities to stir up trouble. The Stoics believed in unity and harmony, in bringing people together rather than dividing them. But drama seekers are the opposite. They thrive on division, knowing that it creates the perfect environment for disruption. Another sign of people who create drama is their inability to let go of past conflicts. They hold on to grudges, bringing up old arguments or slights long after they should have been resolved. This inability to move on keeps the tension alive, ensuring that peace is never fully restored. The Stoics taught that we should let go of the past and focus on the present, but drama seekers are trapped in a cycle of reliving old conflicts, preventing any sense of closure or resolution. Drama seekers also have a tendency to exaggerate. They blow situations out of proportion, making everything seem more dramatic or dire than it actually is. This constant exaggeration creates a sense of urgency and crisis, even when there is none. The Stoics believed in keeping things in perspective, understanding that most problems are not as significant as they seem. But drama seekers thrive on exaggeration, using it to create a constant state of chaos and disruption. People who create drama often lack boundaries. They insert themselves into situations where they don't belong, offering unsolicited opinions or advice, and creating conflict where none existed. This lack of boundaries makes it difficult to maintain your own sense of peace, as they are constantly intruding on your personal space or decisions. The Stoics valued boundaries and the ability to maintain control over your own life, but drama seekers make that difficult by constantly crossing those boundaries. Another trait of drama seekers is their refusal to take responsibility for their actions. They may cause conflict, stir up tension, or create problems. But when confronted, they shift the blame onto others. This lack of accountability makes it impossible to resolve conflicts, as they refuse to acknowledge their role in the situation. The Stoics taught that we must take responsibility for our actions and emotions, but drama seekers avoid this at all costs, ensuring that the conflict continues. Drama seekers also have a way of turning others against each other. They may spread rumors, share secrets, or manipulate situations to create conflict between people who would otherwise get along. This behavior creates an environment of distrust and tension, where everyone is on edge, waiting for the next piece of gossip or drama to unfold. The Stoics valued trust and harmony in relationships, but drama seekers thrive on creating discord, ensuring that no one feels secure or at peace. People who thrive on drama also tend to have an inflated sense of self-importance. They believe that their problems, conflicts, and emotions are more important than anyone else's, and they expect everyone around them to prioritize their needs. This self-centered behavior disrupts the balance in relationships, as everything revolves around their drama. The Stoics taught that we must not place ourselves at the center of the universe, but drama seekers do exactly that, expecting everyone to cater to their disruptions. Another problem with drama seekers is that they prevent personal growth. When you are constantly dealing with their conflicts and disruptions, it leaves little room for you to focus on your own development. The Stoics believed that personal growth comes from reflection, self-awareness, and peace, but drama seekers take that away by creating an environment where you are always reacting to their chaos instead of focusing on your own growth. Drama seekers also have a way of creating emotional exhaustion. Dealing with their constant conflicts, emotional outbursts, and manipulation takes a toll on your mental and emotional health. Over time, this emotional exhaustion can leave you feeling drained, anxious, and unable to focus on your own well-being. The The Stoics valued emotional resilience and the ability to maintain inner peace, but drama seekers make that difficult by constantly disrupting your emotional balance. Another trait of drama seekers is their inability to handle peace or calm. Even when things are going well, they find a way to stir up conflict, as they seem uncomfortable with tranquility. This need for constant tension makes it impossible to enjoy peaceful moments, as you are always waiting for the next disruption. The Stoics believed in cultivating peace and contentment, but drama seekers are unable to sit with that calm. They need chaos to feel fulfilled. People who create drama also tend to be highly reactive to criticism. Even the most constructive feedback can trigger an emotional outburst, as they take any suggestion of improvement as a personal attack. This reactivity prevents any opportunity for growth or resolution, as they are more focused on defending themselves than on addressing the issue. The Stoics taught that we should welcome feedback as a tool for growth, but drama seekers are incapable of this, as they view any criticism as a threat to their control over the situation. Another problem with drama seekers is that they often turn minor inconveniences into major crises. Whether it's a scheduling conflict, a small disagreement, or a trivial mistake, they find a way to escalate the situation into something much larger than it needs to be. This constant crisis mode creates a stressful environment where peace is impossible. The Stoics believed in keeping things in perspective and not allowing small problems to disrupt your inner calm, but drama seekers thrive on making mountains out of molehills. Drama seekers also have a tendency to involve others in their conflicts. They pull friends, family, or colleagues into their disputes, creating a web of tension that affects everyone involved. This behavior drags innocent bystanders into the chaos, making it difficult for anyone to maintain a sense of peace. The Stoics taught that we should resolve conflicts privately and with dignity, but drama seekers make that impossible by involving as many people as possible in their disruptions. Another sign of people who thrive on drama is their inability to accept responsibility for their emotions. They often blame others for how they feel, turning their emotional state into someone else's problem. This behavior creates a dynamic where you are constantly trying to manage their emotions, even though they are responsible for their own feelings. The Stoics taught that we must take responsibility for our own emotions and not allow others to control how we feel. But drama seekers refuse to take that responsibility, making their emotions everyone else's problem. Drama seekers also tend to have a way of making you feel like you're walking on eggshells. Their unpredictable behavior and emotional volatility create an environment where you are constantly trying to avoid triggering the next conflict. This constant state of vigilance is exhausting, as you never know what might set them off. The Stoics believed that we should not live in fear of others' reactions, but drama seekers create a dynamic where fear and anxiety are constant companions. Another problem with drama seekers is that they often lack empathy. They are so focused on their own conflicts and emotions that they have little regard for how their behavior affects others. This lack of empathy makes it difficult to build meaningful relationships, as they are incapable of considering anyone else's feelings or needs. The Stoics valued empathy and the ability to understand others, but drama seekers are too consumed by their own drama to offer that kind of understanding. People who thrive on drama also tend to have a way of creating a sense of urgency. They make everything seem like a crisis that needs to be dealt with immediately, even when it's not. This manufactured urgency creates a stressful environment where you feel like you're constantly putting out fires. The Stoics taught that we should not be swayed by external pressures and should maintain a sense of calm, but drama seekers make that difficult by turning everything into an emergency. Another trait of drama seekers is their tendency to stir up conflict between others. They may play both sides of a disagreement, feeding information to each party to keep the conflict alive. This behavior creates division and tension, ensuring that the drama continues. The Stoics valued harmony and unity, but drama seekers thrive on division, as it gives them more opportunities to manipulate and control the situation. Drama seekers also have a way of making you question your own reality. Their constant manipulation, exaggeration, and emotional volatility can leave you feeling confused and unsure of what's really happening. This gaslighting behavior creates a sense of instability where you no longer trust your own perceptions. The Stoics taught that we must trust our own judgment and not allow others to distort our reality. But drama seekers make that difficult by constantly shifting the narrative. Another problem with drama seekers is that they create an environment of unpredictability. You never know what to expect from them, as their behavior is constantly changing. This unpredictability makes it difficult to find stability or peace, as you are always waiting for the next disruption. The Stoics believed in creating a stable and peaceful environment, but drama seekers prevent that by ensuring that chaos is always just around the corner. Drama seekers also have a way of making you feel responsible for their happiness. They may manipulate you into believing that it's your job to keep them happy or satisfied, even though their emotional state is their own responsibility. This manipulation creates a dynamic where you are constantly catering to their needs, even at the expense of your own well-being. The Stoics taught that we must take responsibility for our own happiness and not allow others to control our emotions, but drama seekers make that difficult by placing their happiness in your hands. Another problem with drama seekers is that they often escalate conflicts rather than resolve them. Even when a solution is within reach, they find a way to prolong the conflict, ensuring that the drama continues. This behavior prevents any sense of closure or peace, as the conflict is never truly resolved. The Stoics believed in resolving conflicts quickly and with dignity, but drama seekers do the opposite, ensuring that the tension lingers. Drama seekers also have a way of creating dependency. They make you feel like you need them, either by positioning themselves as the only ones who can resolve the conflict, or by creating a dynamic where you are constantly seeking their approval. This dependency is toxic, as it prevents you from maintaining your own sense of independence and peace. The Stoics valued self-sufficiency and the ability to maintain your own peace, but drama seekers take that away by creating a web of dependency. Another problem with drama seekers is that they often lack emotional boundaries. They overshare their conflicts, emotions, and problems with everyone around them, creating an environment where you are constantly bombarded with their drama. This lack of boundaries makes it difficult to maintain your own emotional space, as their problems become your problems. The Stoics taught that we must maintain emotional boundaries and not allow others to overwhelm us with their issues, but drama seekers make that difficult by constantly crossing those boundaries. Drama seekers also have a way of creating tension in otherwise peaceful situations. Even when everything is going well, they find a way to stir up conflict or create drama, ensuring that peace is never fully achieved. This constant disruption prevents any sense of calm or stability, as you are always waiting for the next wave of drama to hit. The Stoics believed in cultivating peace and contentment, but drama seekers are incapable of maintaining that calm. They need chaos to feel fulfilled. Finally, drama seekers prevent you from focusing on what truly matters. Their constant disruptions, conflicts, and emotional volatility take up so much of your time and energy that you have little left for your own well-being or personal growth. The Stoics taught that we must focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. But drama seekers make that difficult by constantly pulling you into their chaos. By recognizing the signs of drama seekers and distancing yourself from their disruptive influence, you can protect your peace and create space for more meaningful and fulfilling relationships. As we leave behind the chaotic influence of those who thrive on drama and disruption, we now turn to an even more insidious force that can quietly poison your relationships: envy. While drama seekers create tension through conflict, envious individuals harbor silent resentment, often disguised behind false smiles and empty compliments. Envy can slowly erode the foundations of trust and support in any relationship, as those who harbor it are never truly happy for your success. The Stoics warned against envy, not just for what it does to the envious, but for the harm it causes to those who become its target. In this section, we will uncover the toxic nature of envy and why it's essential to distance yourself from those who resent your achievements. People who are envious rarely show their true feelings directly. Instead, they hide their resentment behind false praise or shallow compliments, masking their true emotions. This passive-aggressive behavior makes it difficult to recognize their envy at first. But over time, their negativity begins to show in small, subtle ways. The Stoics valued authenticity and honesty, believing that relationships should be built on genuine support and mutual respect. But envious individuals undermine this foundation by pretending to celebrate your success while secretly hoping for your failure. Envy often reveals itself through backhanded compliments. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious people downplay your success, making remarks like, "You're so lucky," or "It must be nice to have everything handed to you." These comments are designed to diminish your hard work and make it seem as though your success is the result of luck or privilege rather than effort. The Stoics taught that success comes from discipline, hard work, and inner virtue, but envious people refuse to acknowledge these qualities as it threatens their own sense of inadequacy. Another sign of envy is when people seem unable to be happy for you when you achieve something significant. Rather than offering genuine congratulations, they may offer a forced smile or a half-hearted comment, clearly uncomfortable with your success. This lack of support is a clear indication that they are not truly invested in your happiness. The Stoics believed that true friendship and relationships are built on mutual joy and celebration of each other's successes. But envious people cannot offer this kind of support because they see your success as a reflection of their own shortcomings. People who are envious also tend to compare themselves to you constantly. They measure their own achievements against yours, often feeling inferior as a result. This constant comparison breeds resentment as they begin to see your success as something that takes away from their own worth. The Stoics warned against comparison, teaching that we should focus on our own path and not measure our value by the success of others. But envious individuals are trapped in a cycle of comparison, making it impossible for them to feel content with their own accomplishments. Another way envy manifests is through subtle sabotage. Envious individuals may try to undermine your success by offering bad advice, creating unnecessary obstacles, or subtly discouraging you from pursuing your goals. This sabotage is often disguised as concern or helpfulness, but its true purpose is to hold you back and prevent you from moving forward. The Stoics valued honesty and support in relationships, believing that true friends should lift each other up, not tear each other down. But envious people are incapable of offering genuine support, as they see your success as a threat to their own sense of worth. Envy also leads to gossip and slander. When people are envious of your success, they may spread rumors or talk behind your back, trying to diminish your accomplishments in the eyes of others. This behavior is particularly damaging, as it not only harms your reputation, but also creates a toxic environment where trust is eroded. The Stoics believed that we should speak well of others and focus on our own actions rather than tearing others down. But envious individuals do the opposite, using gossip as a tool to vent their resentment. Another sign of envy is when people constantly find ways to criticize your achievements. No matter how hard you've worked or how much you've accomplished, they always seem to find something negative to say. This constant criticism is a reflection of their own insecurities, as they cannot stand the thought of someone else succeeding where they feel they have failed. The Stoics taught that we should focus on our own growth and not be swayed by the opinions of others. But the constant criticism from envious people can wear you down over time, making it difficult to stay focused on your path. Envious people also tend to downplay their own envy, often claiming that they are just being honest or trying to help when they offer criticism or backhanded compliments. This denial of their true feelings makes it difficult to address the issue directly, as they refuse to admit that their negativity stems from envy. The Stoics believed in the importance of self-awareness and honesty, but envious people lack both, as they are unwilling to confront their own feelings of inadequacy. One of the most toxic aspects of envy is how it can slowly erode your confidence. When you are constantly surrounded by people who are envious of your success, their negativity can begin to seep into your own thoughts, making you question whether you truly deserve your achievements. This erosion of confidence can prevent you from pursuing further success, as you start to internalize the negativity of those around you. The Stoics taught that confidence comes from within and should not be dependent on the opinions of others, but the subtle influence of envy can make it difficult to maintain that inner strength. Envious people also have a way of turning your success into a competition. Instead of celebrating your achievements, they feel the need to compete with you, constantly trying to outdo you or prove that they are just as successful. This competitive dynamic creates tension in relationships, as everything becomes about who is doing better, rather than about mutual support and growth. The Stoics believed that life is not a competition, and that we should focus on our own journey rather than comparing ourselves to others. But envious people are trapped in a cycle of competition, making it impossible to build healthy, supportive relationships. Another problem with envy is that it often leads to resentment. When people are envious of your success, they begin to resent you for what you have achieved, even if you have done nothing to harm them. This resentment can create a toxic atmosphere where you feel like you are constantly walking on eggshells, trying to avoid triggering their envy. The Stoics taught that resentment is a destructive emotion that harms both the person who feels it and the person it is directed toward. But envious people hold on to their resentment, allowing it to fester and grow over time. Envy also has a way of creating distance in relationships. When people are envious of your success, they may start to withdraw from you, either because they can't bear to see you succeed, or because they feel inadequate in comparison. This withdrawal can create a sense of isolation, as you begin to feel like your achievements have pushed people away rather than brought them closer. The Stoics believed in the importance of connection and community, but envy drives a wedge between people, making it difficult to maintain close, supportive relationships. Another sign of envy is when people try to undermine your confidence by questioning your abilities or doubting your success. They may make comments like, "Are you sure you can handle that?" or "Do you really think you're ready for that?" These doubts are designed to make you second-guess yourself and feel insecure about your achievements. The Stoics taught that confidence comes from knowing your own abilities and trusting in your own judgment, but envious people try to shake that confidence by planting seeds of doubt. Envious people also tend to hold on to grudges. If they feel that you have achieved something they wanted, they may carry that resentment with them for a long time, even if the situation has long since passed. This inability to let go of envy creates a toxic dynamic where old wounds are constantly being reopened, preventing any sense of closure or peace. The Stoics taught that we should let go of past grievances and focus on the present, but envious people are trapped in a cycle of holding on to their resentment, unable to move forward. Another problem with envy is that it often leads to feelings of inadequacy. When people compare themselves to your success, they may start to feel like they are not good enough or that they will never measure up. This sense of inadequacy fuels their envy, creating a cycle of resentment and self-doubt. The Stoics taught that we should not measure our worth by the success of others, but envious people are constantly comparing themselves, making it difficult for them to feel content with their own achievements. Envious people also tend to have a negative outlook on life. Instead of celebrating the successes of others, they focus on what they lack and what others have that they don't. This negative mindset creates a toxic environment where positivity and joy are overshadowed by bitterness and resentment. The Stoics believed in cultivating a positive mindset, focusing on gratitude for what we have rather than dwelling on what we lack. But envious people are trapped in a cycle of negativity, unable to appreciate the good things in their own lives because they are too focused on what others have. Another way envy reveals itself is through passive-aggressive behavior. Envious people may make subtle digs or sarcastic remarks designed to undermine your success without directly confronting their envy. This passive-aggressive behavior creates tension in relationships, as you are constantly dealing with their veiled hostility without being able to address the issue directly. The Stoics taught that we should communicate openly and honestly, but envious people avoid direct confrontation, choosing instead to express their resentment through passive aggression. Envious people also tend to be highly competitive, even when there is no need for competition. They see your success as a threat to their own sense of worth, and as a result, they feel the need to constantly prove themselves or outdo you. This competitive mindset creates a toxic dynamic where everything becomes about winning or losing rather than about mutual support and growth. The Stoics believed that life is not a competition and that we should focus on our own journey rather than comparing ourselves to others. But envious people are trapped in a cycle of competition, making it impossible to build healthy, supportive relationships. Envy also has a way of making people feel entitled to your success. They may feel that they deserve what you have achieved, even if they haven't put in the same effort or made the same sacrifices. This sense of entitlement creates a toxic dynamic where they feel wronged by your success, as if you have taken something away from them. The Stoics taught that success is the result of discipline, hard work, and inner virtue, and that we should not expect rewards without effort. But envious people feel entitled to what they haven't earned, making it difficult for them to be happy for others. Another problem with envy is that it often leads to bitterness. When people are envious of your success, they may start to feel bitter about their own lives, focusing on what they don't have rather than what they do. This bitterness can create a toxic atmosphere where joy and positivity are overshadowed by resentment and negativity. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude for what we have and not allowing envy to poison our minds. But envious people are trapped in a cycle of bitterness, unable to find contentment in their own lives. Envious people also have a way of making you feel guilty for your success. They may make comments like, "It must be nice to have everything go your way," or "Some people have all the luck," designed to make you feel bad for what you have achieved. This guilt-tripping creates a toxic dynamic where you feel like you have to downplay your success in order to avoid triggering their envy. The Stoics taught that we should not feel guilty for our achievements, but envious people make it difficult to celebrate your success without feeling like you're rubbing it in their faces. Another sign of envy is when people try to sabotage your success. They may offer bad advice, create unnecessary obstacles, or subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals. This sabotage is often disguised as concern or helpfulness, but its true purpose is to hold you back and prevent you from moving forward. The Stoics valued honesty and support in relationships, believing that true friends should lift each other up, not tear each other down. But envious people are incapable of offering genuine support, as they see your success as a threat to their own sense of worth. Envious people also tend to have a way of making you feel like you're in constant competition with them. Instead of celebrating your achievements, they feel the need to outdo you or prove that they are just as successful. This competitive dynamic creates tension in relationships, as everything becomes about who is doing better rather than about mutual support and growth. The Stoics believed that life is not a competition and that we should focus on our own journey rather than comparing ourselves to others. But envious people are trapped in a cycle of competition, making it impossible to build healthy, supportive relationships. Envy also has a way of creating division. When people are envious of your success, they may try to turn others against you, either through gossip or by highlighting your flaws in an attempt to diminish your achievements. This behavior creates a toxic environment where trust is eroded and relationships are strained. The Stoics warned against gossip, teaching that we should focus on our own behavior rather than meddling in the affairs of others. But envious individuals thrive on creating division, as it allows them to manipulate situations and create even more disruption. Another problem with envy is that it can lead to isolation. When people are envious of your success, they may start to distance themselves from you, either because they can't bear to see you succeed or because they feel inadequate in comparison. This withdrawal can create a sense of isolation as you begin to feel like your achievements have pushed people away rather than brought them closer. The Stoics believed in the importance of connection and community, but envy drives a wedge between people, making it difficult to maintain close, supportive relationships. Finally, envy is one of the most toxic emotions because it prevents genuine connection. When people are envious of you, they cannot offer true support or friendship, as their resentment clouds their ability to be happy for you. This lack of genuine connection creates a toxic dynamic where trust, support, and mutual growth are impossible. The Stoics taught that we must cultivate relationships based on honesty, support, and mutual respect, but envy makes that impossible. By recognizing the signs of envy and distancing yourself from those who harbor it, you can protect your peace and create space for relationships built on genuine connection and mutual support. As we've uncovered the toxic traits that Stoicism teaches us to avoid, whether it's dishonesty, manipulation, or envy, one truth becomes clear. Protecting your peace and well-being is an active choice. By recognizing these harmful behaviors early, you not only save yourself from unnecessary pain, but you also create space for healthier, more uplifting relationships in your life. Stoicism reminds us that we are in control of who we allow into our inner circle, and distancing yourself from destructive people is essential for living a life rooted in tranquility and virtue. Now, I want to hear from you. Have you ever had to cut someone off who showed these traits? Leave a comment below with your thoughts or experiences. Your stories can help others recognize what to look out for. And if you found value in this video, make sure to subscribe and click the notification bell so you never miss out on future content that will help you grow, learn, and live a better life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and protect your peace.